Welcome, everyone, to Haven of Horror. I am Subject. I have Noah, who thinks he's the Overlook Hotel.
Oh, I am the Overlook Hotel.
And we are doing a double feature commentary tonight that will later be uploaded as two separate videos for ease of watching. But first, we are watching, it's blurring in with my background, The Shining. The Shining.
We're not watching the Treehouse of Horror episode.
No, you can't see it very well, but it's also my background. This is the best cover for The Shining, just like hands down.
I really like it, yeah. I think the poster, the yellow poster, is mainly what I think of, but I also really like that piece of art.
I don't like any of the other posters for this movie. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like it seems so hard to make a poster for this movie. But they finally got it right with the 4K.
Interesting. The only one I don't really like is the one that's just
Whoa.
Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Oh, there you are. The only one I don't like is the one that's just the "Here's Johnny" scene.
No, that one's also super lame, but that's also the first one I ever saw. My dad had gotten this VHS collection of like Kubrick films. I don't remember if it's all of them, but that was the cover of that one. That's the first time I ever saw this movie.
Yeah, I think it was the DVD cover for a long time.
Probably the Blu-ray cover too.
Yeah, probably.
So how are you watching this? Because I am watching my disc.
Yeah, so I don't own this physically yet, so I'm going to be watching on Vudu, otherwise known as Fandango at Home.
I hate that name change.
Yeah, that is the worst rebranding.
It especially fucks it up on my phone. Because like on my computer, I can type Vudu and it'll automatically redirect. But they changed the app name on my phone. So I type Vudu and it's like, this doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's so annoying. And I mean, Vudu is just a much catchier name anyway. They should have just stuck with that. But
yeah,
I want to get the 4K of this at some point, but I wasn't. See, I assumed that this and Doctor Sleep would still be on Max because they're Warner Brothers movies.
Well, that's what you get for assuming Warner Brothers would make a logical decision.
Yeah, I didn't think of that until this week. I was like, oh, I should probably check that, and they weren't there. So I ended up grabbing these digitally.
Well, it's funny, too, because what really pisses me off with Dr. Sleep is, and I don't know where my copy is right now, but if you buy the blue 4K, only the theatrical cut is on 4K. The director's cut is just on a Blu-ray unless you redeem the digital code, and I think the digital version is 4K.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I mean, at least you get a 4K version. It has to be digital, though. Yeah.
But it's whatever. So I have spent a lot of time preparing for this. I have read and watched everything there is The Shining. Not Dr. Sleep, just The Shining. Noah's got his whiskey.
It's actually coffee, which I rarely drink, but I figured I needed it tonight.
Hey, we're coffee bros tonight.
We're coffee bros, yeah.
But I drink a hell of a lot more coffee than you do. All right. Let me make sure I've got everything pulled up here. Noah, good sir, are you ready to start The Shining?
I am ready, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start recording first. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, sorry. Everybody get past their menus, get to timestamp 0, and then get ready to press play when I say now. In 3, 2, 1, now. Yes, this is a backdoor pilot for our Shining channel. It'll last 5 minutes.
You know what? I think there's actually more content we could cover for that than you'd expect.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just put that all on here. It's all horror.
Right, exactly.
So,
I mean, maybe we'll do the books at some point, but I don't know.
I would love to at least do the Shining book because that is one of, I think, King's best.
Yeah, I like what I've read of it. I started it years ago and then I got busy with other stuff, so I need to go back to it.
So, having watched this and now having finally watched the miniseries, the best way I would describe the two versions, and I know everybody hates the miniseries, but they're wrong. It's not great, but it's not as bad as everyone would have you believe. This movie gets the horror of The Shining right. The miniseries gets the family drama right. I think there's still a perfect adaptation that's somewhere in the middle, but both are good at what we have.
I hate to do this right now, but could I get a timestamp for where you're at because my movie just buffered for some reason?
1 minute 25 according to our timer on the stream.
All
I
right,
put the
125.
timestamp on the stream, Noah.
Oh yeah, I should look at that more. I'm only looking at the chat, really.
The Shining in its basic ass font.
I guess we'll get more into it later, but I think my main thing with the book versus the movie is that they're setting out to accomplish two different things, and it might be nice to have a version of the book story that's actually good and not what the miniseries is. But I don't know. I think I'm fine with the story in the book just existing in a book and then Kubrick doing his own thing with the movie.
We're at a point now because, and we'll get to this more when we get to Doctor Sleep. I don't need any more. Flanagan kind of gives me everything I'm missing from the Shining book in Doctor Sleep. So now we kind of have that perfect duology of like it covers everything, even if it's not necessarily the way you want it. But my biggest issue with this movie is Jack. I think he is way too one dimensional in this movie, at least the way he's presented. Whereas in the book, he is much more of a complicated character, and a lot of what makes his downfall so tragic is that he is trying to be better. Whereas this version doesn't really seem like he wants to be better. He's just hates his family.
See, and I think that's what makes him so interesting, but we'll definitely touch upon that later.
Not to take anything away. So I will just say up front, this is a good movie. This is a bad adaptation. I think you can separate the two.
Fair enough. Yeah. I do
Also,
think an
Jack Nicholson
adaptation
is
should
giving one of the best performances in like the genre.
absolutely. Yeah, he's great in this movie. I do think an adaptation shouldn't necessarily be an exact copy of the source material. And I don't think that's what you're saying.
Mhm.
But I do appreciate that Kubrick wanted to do something different with it.
So, just to clarify for other people watching, my problem isn't changes, it's the changes that he makes alter what the story is about thematically. I think if you're adapting something, you
Yeah.
don't have to be verbatim, but you should still hit those same themes. That's what I'm there for. And Kubrick just doesn't seem interested in that.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's a different work. And I think it
Yeah.
should I think both should be judged separately. Um
One thing that I will say
so
I do appreciate more in the movie after reading the book and this again and then this, he does Tony a lot better as kind of the imaginary friend is a metaphor for him having a power he can't possibly understand. I don't know if you know what it is in the book. If you want me to, I can explain it. But it is better here.
I like that it's kept vague here, and I think ultimately in Doctor Sleep you get a little bit of an explanation for it where it's just he thought it was his imaginary friend, but it's really just his shining powers, and he put like a thing he put like an imaginary friend to contextualize it. Um, so, but I don't know what it is in the book. I don't know how it's
Do you want me to tell you,
explained.
or do you want to just read the book?
You can go ahead and tell me.
In the book, it is Danny from the future trying to warn younger Danny about what's going to happen through The Shining because his middle name
Oh,
is Anthony.
okay. Interesting. I'd have to see how that plays in the book because I wouldn't have expected it to go in that direction.
I don't hate it. That is where King kind of leans more into, I think, the sci-fi elements of this universe.
Hmm. Which is they kind of lead out of it in this version and then lean back into it in Doctor Sleep.
Robert Watt says just a different take on Jack. He's holding back a lot of rage. He's playing as a guy who can't stand his wife and kid, isn't happy with the situation, and is taking it out on them. Tony is hilariously poorly done in the. Yes, no, he is. It's awful in the miniseries.
I've seen Tony in the miniseries. It looks really bad. I'm sorry though. My internet sucks right now.
Uh-oh.
And I think the stream is a little behind on me. So what is your timestamp?
6:35, 36, 37, 38, 39,
Okay.
40.
I should hopefully be good right now.
Okay. I honestly think that a miniseries isn't a bad way to adapt this, but it would, at this point, I think you would need to do a miniseries, like a streaming miniseries. But again, with this movie and Doctor Sleep, when you put them together, it kind of counted as one piece. We've covered everything that I want from an adaptation of The Shining.
Yeah, I think Doctor Sleep definitely covers a lot of that stuff, and it's Stephen King worked on it, so
yeah, I mean that entire third act is just Flanagan redoing The Shining third act, but better.
Yeah, and they had to make both him happy and fans of the movie happy, and without getting too much into that movie, I think they did a pretty good job of that.
Well, and I was thinking today as I was watching it, what I would have done instead is I would have just had Flanagan remake this and then do Doctor Sleep.
See, I don't think we would have gotten Doctor Sleep if they did remake this, because I think most people would riot if they remade this.
I think you could market it. I think you could market it differently enough. And you could market it just alone to like the King diehards that don't like the Kubrick movie, because those people do exist. And word of mouth would spread, oh, this is a good movie. But this material is like prime for Flanagan because he loves doing stories about trauma, as we'll experience as we go further into it. Robert Ross says Jack Nicholson is being interviewed by the first James Bond. What?
Is that who that is?
Wait, there's a Bond before Connery?
Yeah, so before they did the Connery movies, there was like this TV special where Bond was played by an American guy, and it was an adaptation of Casino Royale. From what I've seen of it, it looks, the guy that they got does not do a great job of playing Bond, but I had no idea that this was the same actor.
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, I don't think a whole lot of people know about it.
This is just a minor difference, and I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. But in the book, Grady shoots his kids and then blows himself off with a shotgun. So I think it's interesting they change it to the axe to foreshadow the third act.
Where he uses the axe, yeah. I think the axe is a lot more disturbing inherently than just, I mean, shooting is also bad, but like the axe is more, it's a more brutal way of killing someone.
And to be fair, there is no axe in the book.
Yeah, it's a croquet mallet.
And he beats the fuck out of Wendy in the book.
Jeez.
Dr. Sleep, the novel, talks a little bit about like she suffered health problems for the rest of her life because of that.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, Robert, this is why physical media is better than streaming.
Only if you have shitty internet.
I don't think I had enough time to get the 4K of this, and now I'm paying the price.
I mean, it's only because you have shitty internet. If you have good internet, there's no difference.
Yeah.
Unless your internet's out, but
it's inconsistent internet. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it works. Tonight it's not, for some reason. Sorry about that, guys.
Sounds good.
But yeah, Barry Nelson played Bond in a TV adaptation of Casino Royale. He's called Jimmy Bond. That's
That's
right.
really funny.
Forgot about that.
So one other thing that Kubrick leaves out in this opening section is Danny gets a lot of visions, but he can't tell like who's on the other side. All he can hear is "You're gonna take your medicine. You're gonna take your goddamn medicine." And then you get to the end of the book, and Jack starts saying that, and you realize he's been hearing Jack trying to kill him the whole time, but he's not old enough to put the pieces together.
Oh, this is in the Shining book?
Yeah, he sees
Oh.
everything that's going to happen, but he can't put it together because he's only 7 or 5 or 6.
Yeah, that kind of tracks with this movie because Tony gives him visions of stuff that's going to happen in the movie, and one of those is the blood elevator.
I don't know. The mallet's fine. The problem in the miniseries is they put all this bad looking makeup on Jack to show that he's been corrupted by the hotel. This is a beautiful shot. The blood coming out of the elevator.
Oh yeah, slow motion.
Dude, I'm watching this on my OLED TV on the 4K, and the red is just like dark,
It
dark crimson.
pops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched this on my 4K TV to prepare, and it looked really good. Worked fine there. For some reason, it's not working now. But my thing with the mallet is that it seems like something that would work more in written form than it would visually. At least from what I've seen of the miniseries, because every time I see shots of the miniseries with him and the mallet, I can't help but think of the mask. That part in the mask where Jim Carrey's got the giant mallet and he's whacking the
Well,
clock.
so I think the problem with the miniseries with during the big mallet scene is tone. If you can make that scary, it's just all about the tone you set. But that movie doesn't have any kind of like atmosphere or horror to it, which, like I said, it utterly fails on the horror side. But what works is the character stuff and like the fall of Jack.
Mhm. Uh, John, I'm thinking I might have to change the way I'm like my location,
Is
so I
it
can actually
buffering
watch this
again?
movie.
Is it
Yeah.
buffering again? Okay.
We'll keep going, and I'll just ask for a timestamp later.
Are you sure? We can
So
pause.
no, and I wouldn't want you to everyone to pause the movie just for me. That's fine.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just gonna get up for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Uh, Robert Wilde, this movie really leans into Jack is going through a midlife crisis take. Yes, it does.
Hey, I'm gonna watch over here. Just for some reason, voodoo on my work.
Little do we know, Torgo. Yeah, he was visited by Floyd the bartender. There's also a Wendy who is clearly denied about what her husband is really. Yeah, I I have issues with that take, but it works enough. No, she's definitely very much in denial about who her like what her life is like. He's back.
This is a not a great setup, but I'm gonna be in the dark, I think. But it's the only way I can watch this movie. I'm sorry, guys.
I can see you.
You can see my silhouette, but that's okay. Kind of defeats the purpose of wearing this. All right. Oh, well, now it's completely dark.
We're figuring it out, folks.
We're- Sorry,
Shelley
everybody. All
Duvall's
right.
performance, it was really great. She was utterly trashed by critics from this. Yeah,
Yeah, no, she's really good in this movie.
I like that this scene with her smoking, like you can see she's not actually puffing any of it. It just keeps going longer and longer.
Yeah. All right. What are we at right now?
17, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
Okay. Come on. 17:30.
43, 44,
All right.
45.
I'm about 18. Once it loads, we should be good. All right.
Yeah, I'm at
Again,
55.
yeah, I'm here right now, so we're good. Again, everybody, apologize for the inconvenience, but so I really like Nicholson's performance in this scene where he's driving to the hotel with his family because you can just tell his utter disdain for these people, even
Yeah.
though it's his wife and kid. Like it might not be your favorite take on Jack Torrance, but I think that Nicholson pulls it off really well.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, Nicholson's really good in this movie. My issues with him are just writing. I think it's fundamentally less interesting that he goes crazy if he's already crazy before he gets to the hotel.
That's fair. I think we'll get into it later, but I think they do specific things with him that I find interesting. And I wasn't able to comment on it in the opening scene, but I think a lot of what makes this movie so disturbing for me is the music.
Nicholson's facial expressions are really funny sometimes, though.
Yeah, yeah, where he's like, yes, he learned it on TV.
The Donner Party is also a really big part of the book. They come up multiple times, and I don't know why. I don't think that exact dialogue exchange is, but like I said, the Donner Party does show up, like is mentioned quite a few times in the book. Um, no, the music is really good. However, would not recommend watching this movie with headphones. I watched it like that last night. That score is just
Ooh.
like piercing,
Yeah, is it just
especially with
mixed
good
really loud?
headphones. Yeah, especially with a good set of headphones.
See, I'd like to try to watch this with headphones just to see what the whole sound design is like. Because I feel like it would be a little bit more scary that way.
My TV has this really cool feature where I can, instead of like putting the audio through the TV, I can put it through my phone, and then I just connect my headphones to my
Oh.
phone.
Yeah, sometimes I've got these Bluetooth headphones, and sometimes I'll watch a movie and I'll connect it to my TV because I don't have good speakers with my TV.
Same. If I turn it up too loud, everybody else can hear it. If I don't turn it up loud enough, I can't hear it.
Yeah. Now this isn't something I've really looked into that much, but a lot of the big talking points with this movie is the layout of the hotel and how it doesn't really make any geographical sense.
I have heard that. I
Like,
haven't looked too much into that, but I know that Kubrick like purposely designed sets that wouldn't make sense.
yeah, I've never paid too much attention to it. I think there's a specific example later I could point out, but for the most part, it's never really stuck out to me.
And I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about that stuff to even notice.
I just like it as a choice
Yeah, no,
because
that is
I think
cool.
it's a good way to disorient the audience.
I love the way this hotel is set up.
And here we're at the creepy twins.
So, okay, so I lied about my first time ever seeing The Shining. This is the first bit of The Shining I ever saw because in the movie Twister, um, they're at a drive-in watching The Shining, and those twins show up before a tornado destroys the.
Oh,
And that is the first time I ever saw anything with The Shining.
you think they're gonna watch Doctor Sleep in Twisters?
Austin made that exact same joke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Robert Wilde, we need to talk about the conspiracy theories around this movie. Was it really about Native Americans or Kubrick's convention for faking the moon landing?
Yeah,
I don't. I
bring
just
that
don't
up
care.
later. I was gonna bring the moon landing thing up later because there's a specific scene that people point to with that, and I think it's so much of a stretch.
I can't bring myself to care about any of those stupid theories.
No, I mean some of them are interesting because I think they do fit into what Kubrick was trying to do thematically, but stuff like the moon landing thing is just so like you're really reaching
No,
for
like if it's
something
actually a theory about this movie, not this movie is actually code for
for
the moon
yeah, exactly.
landing.
And for one, I'm one of those people that has the controversial opinion that we did go to the moon. So I wouldn't
Can't
believe a
believe
theory
that's a
like that to be.
controversial opinion anymore.
Yeah. It's being sarcastic.
One thing I am glad that they cut for this movie, just because of when this came out, is in the book the hedge animals come to life. I can't imagine a world where that looks good in an '80s film.
Yeah, from what I've seen of the miniseries, that looks really silly. Um, I think don't because you see them move in CGI at one point, but don't they do kind of like a weeping angel thing
It's when
earlier
you're not looking. Yeah.
where you're not looking? I think that's how they could have done it the whole
Yeah.
time, but for some reason they had to animate them, and it looks way worse.
Well, especially that's a '97 TV movie. Like,
Yeah, there's no way that was gonna look any good. Robert Wilde. I watched that documentary, Room 237, completely blind back in the day, and it was hilariously bad. Yeah, it
I've
seems
never
like
seen
they
that.
interviewed. I haven't seen it. I'd like to watch it, but it seems like they interviewed a lot of crackpots for that one. Here we got Scatman Crothers as
So,
Halloran.
well, I'll complain about it more later, but I just want to complain. This is purely a fanboy complaint. This is not a knock against the movie. It is a complete waste what they do with Dick at the end of this movie. I hate it.
Oh, does he not get killed in the book?
No, Jack doesn't kill anybody in the book.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that. Because they does he get killed in the miniseries?
No.
No.
No, that
Okay.
miniseries is like one for one the book, just with shitty
Okay.
effects.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do a video on that at some point.
Yeah, that'll be our next commentary. The 4 hour miniseries.
Well, it'll be shorter than this video.
True. And I want to do the
Sorry.
commentary on the Stand miniseries, which would probably be about the same length as these two movies.
Speaking of theories, though, there's one that I came across that was that stated that there are actually no ghosts in this movie and they're all just going crazy. Uh, that's a theory I'd like to believe, but there's too many stretches and bad coincidences for you to believe that, and I think one of them is the relationship between Halloran and Danny here. It's like
Oh, really?
why. Yeah, I don't buy that if they're just both crazy people, why would they share the same delusions and why later would Halloran have the epiphany of like that he has to go back to the hotel because something's wrong. Like there's too much of a coincidence for me to believe that.
No, Scatman is perfect as Dick. Like he is off the page.
He's really good in the movie, yeah. Did you hear about how Kubrick treated him on set though?
No, I mean, from what I've heard about how he treated everyone else, I can only imagine.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Shelley Duvall at some point, I guess. We'll mention that elephant in the room. But Kubrick's notorious for doing a shit ton of takes for his movies. Um, so Scatman Crothers wasn't used to that. So he actually, I think, broke down crying after like the whatever, like 80 whatever take of a scene. I think it was this scene here.
Robert Wilde, does the book have the evil fire hose? I don't remember an evil fire hose.
I think there's one in the miniseries. There's like a CGI hose with teeth that
I
jumps the screen.
think you're right.
Um,
I don't know if you
but
had
yeah,
this, but the guy that they cast as Halloran in the Shining or the Doctor Sleep looks a lot like Scatman.
yeah, no, it's a dead ringer, and he sounds exactly like him too. And do
Well,
you know who that is, by the way?
I do not, but it's funny because when I first saw that movie, I was like, wait a minute. How did they get him back? Shouldn't he be dead? Like that movie was 40 years
Yeah,
ago. I thought it was the
yeah,
same guy.
yeah. No, him and Wendy are pretty good casting in that movie.
I mean, the Doctor
Uh,
Sleep Wendy is my favorite Wendy.
she's yeah, she's great in that for what little screen time she has. But I didn't know this until recently. The guy that plays Halloran in Doctor Sleep, that's Martian Manhunter from Justice League, the animated series.
Huh.
It's Carl Lumbly, yeah.
Halloran is my favorite like side character in the book. Maybe my favorite character in the book. Um, so I love that we have two very good Hollorans at well, three. I like the one in the miniseries too.
Yeah. The Doctor Sleep one is just a very good impression of this one, but they're both very good.
Robert Wilde, the guy in Doctor Sleep, was in Falcon and the Winter Soldier and voiced Martian Man. I didn't know he was
Oh
in.
yeah, that's right. He's Isaiah Bradley in Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Oh, I
If
didn't
you
even
remember that.
recognize him.
Yeah. Yeah, he keeps popping up in things. I've
But
seen
no,
him.
in the book, Halloran has a big thing when he comes back to the Overlook at the end, where the hedge animals all attack him and try to kill him to keep him away from the Overlook because Jack is almost under their control.
Uh, Sorry, if you'll excuse me for 1 second, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try putting on a light.
We're getting a tour of Noah's house. I like that Danny is almost ashamed of his gift, even before anything
Oh,
tragic happens. Whoa!
what? My hair's all fucked up.
I like that
All right,
Danny is kind of almost kind of ashamed of his gift even before anything bad has happened because of it. Because something that the other thing that
yeah.
this movie plays down is the only reason that the hotel in the book goes after Jack is because it wants Danny.
Uh, yeah, that kind of tracks with Doctor Sleep of him. I
Yeah.
think there's talk in that movie, if I remember correctly, a little bit about him being ashamed of his powers.
Well, and that movie kind of tries to retroactively introduce some of those concepts. It really expands on what The Shining is. Um, it brings back that there's more than one ghost in the Overlook. And I like that it confirms that Lloyd isn't a person. Lloyd is whoever it wants to be.
Torgo is writing Red Room in the background. Yeah, I was
Red Rum.
Red Room. Yeah. I think there's a theory I saw recently in doing a
Oh
little bit of
no.
research for this. I'm not gonna bring up all the theories, don't worry. Uh, but
No, you're fine.
uh,
What bullshit theory did someone come up with now?
this one's kind of bullshit. But someone was like, Lloyd takes the form of whoever the visitor of the hotel's father is. So there's a theory because in Doctor Sleep it's Jack. So there's a theory that the guy who's Lloyd in this movie is Jack's father. I don't know how much I believe that though. I think that's kind of a stretch.
It is a stretch, but there's evidence in the book to support it. One of the first things
Okay.
that Jack experiences when the hotel starts to try to take him over is his father yelling at him on the ham radio that he's a failure and that he needs to correct his son and daughter or son and wife. So, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I think a lot. I think a lot of it is just Jack's soul has been absorbed into the hotel, which I think
yeah,
you get that idea from this movie.
yeah. Well, and the book has a whole thing with Jack and like how he loved his dad, but his dad was an abusive prick. And like hospitalized his mom, and like Jack doesn't want to be his dad, but you kind of see he almost went down that same path because of alcohol,
Yeah.
and then that spirals further in Doctor Sleep, where Danny has gone down that exact same path because of his father and what happened.
Yeah. And then luckily he's able to save himself.
Yeah.
Um, I, so in the book, it's not called Room 237.
I
It's
think it's two.
like
Yeah, it's 217.
217. I wonder why they changed that.
I don't know. One of the things that always terrified me in the book is because Jack's descent is more gradual. There's just scenes of like Danny and Wendy staying in their little hotel area where they sleep and like hoping Jack doesn't come back. He's off somewhere in the hotel, but and Danny's like they're trying to get him and Wendy's just like I just hope he doesn't come back. You get to breathe with that like they're trapped in there with a guy that's going nuts.
Yeah, I wonder if this were to be turned into a miniseries, a good one.
I had one of those kind of
That
bikes.
granted, I haven't watched the King miniseries, but I think you could put a lot of that stuff back in if you had more of the time of a miniseries.
No, I mean it's fine for this because you're trying to condense that into 2 hours. But no, I had one
Yeah.
of those bikes, except mine was Power Rangers themed, and I loved the fuck out of it when I was that age.
Uh, Did you ride it around a hotel?
Yeah, I am
Oh, cool.
actually Danny Torrance.
Then did you run into two creepy twins?
Yeah, they sold me cocaine. I mean,
Whoa. So, I mean, when I first watched this movie, I was kind of put off by how Jack was so unlikable from the beginning. I will admit that. I kind of see what it's doing more now on subsequent watches.
Hmm.
But when I first watched this movie, it was scenes like this, and then later the scene where he's talking to Danny on the bed and he's got his arm around him, and it just looks so threatening and uncomfortable. I was just so confused, like what this movie was even trying to do. Like this guy is not, he's not a good guy from the beginning, and I didn't understand that
The only thing
when I
that
first
baffles
watched this.
me, yeah, the only thing that baffles me about this movie is why they removed the boiler plot.
Yeah, I guess just because they weren't gonna blow up the hotel in this movie.
I guess because I really don't like the ending to this movie.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, because Jack doesn't have his redemption.
Not even that. It's just, I mean, spoilers for a 40-year-old movie. He freezes to
For
death.
watching it,
Like what the?
it's
That's
it's
so
fine.
lame.
It's it's creepy. It's a
Mm,
creepy image.
bacon.
When they, yeah, I want some bacon now and eggs. Yeah, when they smash cut to Nicholson's frozen face, it's like, oh god.
I don't know. I think it looks kind of goofy.
Fair enough.
But I've also just I think that's been ruined by memes. I've seen too many memes of that scene. Dude, that looks really good. The other thing that's kind of interesting about this movie is it kind of plays with the idea that he's been like he's always been here.
Yes. So
That final shot of him in the picture is cool, but I don't know what they're saying with that.
yeah, I have some ideas
Also,
we
I
can get
call
into
bullshit
later.
that he's able to catch every single one of those. Have you ever tried to throw a
Eh,
ball against a wall and catch it like that?
I mean, maybe he's had a lot of practice. I mean, he's had a lot of time, like a downtime, staying in here. So, but another fun fact: did you know that they constructed this whole hedge maze for the movie?
I did not.
Yeah, like they created an entire maze just for these few scenes, which is
Insane.
dedication. Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole behind the scenes documentary that I want to check out at some point, and I kind of wish I looked into more behind the scenes stuff because a lot of it's really interesting.
Robert Wild, I
Um,
think Jack getting trapped in the maze and freezing to death works. The something kills him.
the hotel kills him.
The stupid heart
Yeah,
emoji's in the way.
yeah.
Mm.
I think that works for this story.
I think it would also work just as well that his own hubris and not dumping the boiler bleeding to his death would have worked and it would have been a cooler ending.
I don't need everything to explode.
I do.
Uh, I don't need explosions. This movie's a dark and creepy movie. It doesn't need explosions.
The moral of this movie is don't go to the hotel.
Don't go to any hotel. Just stay at home.
Yeah.
I wonder how people try to explain him seeing Wendy and Danny here if there are no ghosts in this movie.
I missed that on my last watch.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
cool
yeah,
transition.
yeah. It's really cool. Robert getting frozen to death is pretty cool though. Haha.
It's a cool party.
Wonderful party, isn't it?
No, that's really cool. I wonder how they did that.
I'm pretty sure these exterior shots are different from the actual interior of the hotel.
Yeah, because I know the exteriors that it's like a real hotel, right? And then the interiors are sets.
I
Because
think so, yeah.
because if I remember correctly, I read that he like purposely designed it to be like something's off about every room that you see.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to.
How
He was
many
supposed to give.
vegetables do you need for one meal, lady?
Um, yeah, you got to ration it out. You're there for the whole winter.
Also,
But
gross. You're not even gonna
gross.
cook them or anything. You're just gonna dump them in the bowl.
I think she's preparing to cook them.
I also just don't
But
like pears.
yeah, the layout of the hotel, it's supposed to give the sense that the inside is bigger than the outside, kind of like a TARDIS. Uh, but
What if the doctor showed up at the Overlook?
well, what if you go into one of the rooms in the TARDIS and then you just walk into the Overlook? That would be creepy.
I'd love that. So the one of the other big things they cut in. I'm not upset about that, but it would have been cool to see in either version. Is uh, Jack initially comes up here to write a play or finish his
Yeah.
play, but then as he becomes obsessed with the Overlook, he decides he wants to write a book about it. And King has like meticulously thought out the entire backstory of this hotel. Like it was, owned by criminals at one point. Everyone that has tried to get it up and running has went bankrupt. Like this has been a cursed place since its inception.
Yeah.
And I don't know
I
if
don't
you
know if it.
remember, but they announced some Shining like prequel series. And
Oh
when I
no, I
first
didn't.
heard that, yeah, it was one of those like 6,000 things that JJ announced. Back I think even
Oh,
before, yeah, they were gonna
I
do that
do remember
Shining
this. Yeah.
prequel. And at first I was like, oh, that sucks. But then I read the book. No, I'd like to see some of that stuff. You could do like a cool crime horror show in this hotel.
Yeah,
Hello,
maybe.
Danny.
Um, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
I would also
Yeah,
wheel away if I saw two little girls staring at me.
exactly.
They changed the hotel from 217 to 237 because the lodge was worried guests would be too afraid to rent the room, so they used a fake room number. That's not a big deal. Ironically, 237 is now their most requested room number. Of course it is. Um, so if this is the scene I think it is, this scene really makes me laugh because apparently she just came in here to tell him it's snowing. Like, did you have a point to this, or did you just want to tell him it's snowing?
Her point was to say hi to her husband. She's just being she's just being friendly. I don't know. Um, I think Shelley Duvall is really good in this movie, and I guess we can mention the elephant in the room with the how she was treated on set. It really sucks. Um, at the same time, she gave a great performance, and I'm not saying that Kubrick should abuse people because he shouldn't, but
My
it
point
is
is,
it's strange when you look at it because this movie is kind of about how men can be abusive towards their wives, and then Kubrick displayed that same behavior in order to get a good performance out of an actress. It's really strange.
Robert. I'll come back to your comment in a second. This is one of my favorite Jack moments. He nails it. My point of view has always
Yeah,
been this is a good movie. It is inexcusable how he treated people. You don't need to treat people like
yeah,
animals to
absolutely.
get a good performance. Jack does nothing wrong here, getting interrupted. Yeah, like you couldn't wait till he's done writing.
Well, I think he could have handled it better. He didn't have to
No, I
be
mean he
this much of a dick.
overreacts, but like I would also be angry if you came in and interrupted my writing.
No, but I hope Robert's being sarcastic when he said he did nothing wrong here. Um, but yeah, no, I mean it goes back to that old Hitchcock quote. I think Alfred Hitchcock once said something like, "Actors are like cattle," and that is very
Ridiculous.
much not the modern look at it. We've moved on since then.
Thank God.
Uh, but yeah, I mean, as meticulous as a director, Hitchcock and Kubrick are, and I appreciate how meticulous he is. I don't think he needed to do like a billion takes of the same thing.
I just think you can be meticulous without being an asshole.
Yeah.
Like, since we're gonna be watching one of his movies next, look at Mike Flanagan. I have to assume he is also a perfectionist just from what I've seen of his work, but I've never heard anybody say anything
Seems
bad
that
about the
way.
man.
Yeah. And yeah, to a lesser extent, there's David Fincher. I think more
That's a
people.
great shot of Jack Nicholson. He
Oh,
looks
it's
like he's stoned.
so goddamn creepy. That's one of my favorite shots in the movie.
His
But to a
eyebrows are the
lesser,
scariest part. Like, what are
yeah,
you
he's
doing with
got.
your eyebrows?
That's just naturally his face too. He's just a scary looking guy. um, but David Fincher, he's had people complain about how many takes of scenes he does. But I've also heard less people. I've heard less horror stories with him compared to working with Kubrick.
I feel like if you hear just a few people complaining, then you can kind of say, well, maybe it's just like your style's not meshing. But when you hear the kind of
Yeah,
stories about what Kubrick did on this movie, it's like, okay, you can
it's
relax.
too
Like,
far.
that's too far.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Shelley Duvall did an interview in 2021 where she said filming was tough, but that Kubrick was generally kind to her. That's not what I heard.
Okay. I mean, if she herself says that, then I'm inclined to believe it. But I also keep
I
hearing
mean,
a lot of evidence that she was verbally abused. But and she was also losing her hair during filming. That was like the start of her losing her hair.
I mean, people can also look back at things differently. 40 years later.
Yeah. I'm not one to, I didn't experience it. She's the one who experienced it, so I'm not
I
one to
mean,
say that she's wrong
I'm not
about
saying
it.
that she's wrong. If that is how she wants it to be remembered, that is perfectly okay
Yeah,
with me. It doesn't affect my
right.
life.
Exactly. But anyway, bottom line, I think she's very good at playing a more like mousy kind of uh, woman that can't really stand up to her husband. I know that the Wendy in the book is very different. She's a little bit more like she stands up for herself a lot more. Um,
I think the word
but I think
you're going for is better.
not necessarily, not for it's like I keep saying that they're going for two different things. And I think for what this movie's going for, I think Shelley Duvall is like perfect casting for this character. She does a fantastic job. It's crazy to me that people when this movie came out, she was like panned by the critics
I
and
mean,
I think she even got a Razzie nomination for her
let's be
performance
honest. Has there ever been a genre more like misunderstood by critics than the horror genre?
than horror. Yeah, I mean, you have this and The Thing are like the two go-to examples of the 80s where
Well, and
critics
like you have
completely misunderstood.
well, Hellraiser was the same way. That was panned.
Okay, I don't know enough about the reception towards Hellraiser.
This was the scene that is playing in Twister when they go to the drive-in.
The twins?
Of course, you got the hello,
Yeah,
Danny.
come and play with us, Danny.
That's the one awkward thing. We'll get to it in Doctor Sleep. In Doctor Sleep, they have the twins there, and they also do the hello, Danny. But because obviously it's different actresses, it sounds weird.
Yes. I thought it sounded all right.
That's
Um,
horrifying.
I hate yeah, the flashes to their dead bodies is really disturbing. That's why it's more. I think it's an improvement that it's an axe in this version, just because it's a lot more of a visceral, brutal image. that just sticks with you.
Robert
The
Wild, the
Razzie,
Razzies just sucking. Yeah.
yeah, I
I
mean
feel
they're
like that
just.
should be a comedy thing that just got taken too far.
I mean the Razzies have the exact same problem as the Oscars, except it's the opposite end of the spectrum.
I mean, if you want my opinion, just get rid of all of them. They're all equally worthless.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the Oscars are seen so much of as a joke and just kind of irrelevant that, yeah, I mean, if you got rid of them, no one would care. But
You want your
I
directors to get recognition? Pay them more. Give them more work.
yeah.
I guarantee you at the end of the day, more money means more to them than a little plastic globe.
So I've never seen this pointed out until recently, but there's no cord plugged into this TV. It's just kind of
You're
sitting
right.
there. Yeah, so that lends more credence to the theory that they're all just going crazy. I still don't know if I buy that theory, but that is a weird detail that TV is just sitting there in the middle of the room, unplugged.
This is one of the first horror movies I saw when I was a teenager, when I was really getting into the horror genre. It's still genuinely creepy in places. Okay, and I didn't see this
Honestly,
until later.
honestly, this is my favorite horror movie. I was thinking about it while rewatching it. I was like, yeah,
I
you know what?
thought
I
it was
really do love this movie.
Jaws.
Jaws is up there, but opinions change, you know?
This would make probably my top 10, maybe my top 20.
It's definitely in my top five with Jaws and both
Oh,
Exorcist 1 and 3.
my top 5 has been full for 20 years.
Yeah. I
And
don't know if I could
50% of it is
ever.
schlock.
Is this on the 5 out of 5 list, by the way?
Mm,
It better be.
it might be. I know I didn't give it a 5, but I get
Yeah,
outvoted
I would have
sometimes.
expected. I would have expected the others to give it a 5 out of
But to
5.
be fair, I gave it a 4.
No, no, yeah, yeah. You gave it a positive score, which is good. It's just not the right positive score.
It is the correct positive score.
That's got to go higher, bud.
It did
Uh,
not, but
oh, what the fuck?
I'd also have to go back and look and see if we did, and I just forgot to add it because we got Dan for that, and I know at least he
Yeah,
gave it a 5. Would have given it a 5.
he definitely would have given it a 5.
I think my score has also gone up since that review. He kind of made me appreciate this movie in a way I'd never had before.
Hmm.
That's been a while, but I want to say at that point when we watched it, I was at a 3.5,
Oof.
but
Oof,
it's
big.
gone up to a 4.
Yeah, fair enough.
I hate this
Um,
notion that we should just be okay with adaptations not understanding the material that they're adapting. Like, yes, it is a good movie, but points should still be taken off if you don't understand the material you're adapting.
I just think people should be able to do different things with piece of art they're making. I don't know.
Well, then just make your own piece of art. Like, don't adapt somebody else's work.
Yeah, I think they both. Yeah, but I think they can both stand on their own.
This really
Uh,
captures the unsettling feeling of staying at a large place by yourself. There's so much space, but it was weird. Like, I mean, I
yeah,
think that's another reason that this struggles to click with me. Or maybe I'm just crazy. I like being alone. I
I
wouldn't
like
go
being alone.
crazy and chop people up with an axe.
I mean, there's a point. I think if I were in this space by myself for a whole winter, I think I would probably go crazy. Um, but no, I mean, I do find comfort in being alone, but I think the claustrophobic nature of this movie does still affect me.
That's fair.
This is the scene I was talking about earlier. It's just a father talking to his son, but it's so like unsettling. I can't even. put my finger on it.
And I can't tell if they mean it to be that unsettling,
I think they
or
do.
or if
Absolutely.
this is just supposed to be a scene showing like he's not completely gone yet.
No, I mean, if you look at Jack Nicholson's performance here, he, I don't think there's any real love for his son here at all. He's has complete contempt for this boy.
You know what? As I'm watching it, I think you're right.
Yeah, he just looks annoyed that he has to talk to him right now. um, but yeah, and the music, like I mentioned earlier, the music is really well done here.
Jack, treat your child better, you asshole.
No,
Oh.
his his uh his family's getting in his way of success. He's on
Well,
that
and
grind.
there is this really interesting thing kind of at the end, kind of when Jack is kind of creeping over that edge of the book, where it's like, no, the Overlook doesn't want Danny, it wants me, right? Like Danny's only special because of me. But at that point, it's like, is that Jack still, or is that the hotel influencing him to feel that way?
Yeah, yeah, because in the book it's just that the hotel wants people that are shining,
Yeah.
right? I think because in the Doctor Sleep movie, I think they retroactively say that Jack had the shining. So that's how they explain that.
I'd have to rewatch it, but the idea is that Jack is easier to take over because he doesn't have the Shining. And the end goal is to get Danny because he has the Shining.
Yeah, I think that was probably the intention in the book, the Shining book. But
No, that is in the book. I don't remember if that's how they play it in Doctor Sleep. I was like half asleep when I
yeah,
watched it.
we'll have to see when we watch it. But are you aware of the evidence that people try to point to that this is Kubrick's confession of faking the moon landing?
I
Because
am not.
it's in this scene. So if you see here, Danny's sweater is Apollo. It says Apollo 11 on it, and when when he walks up to room 237, I think they said that like 237 is like the distance. I don't know what unit of measurement, but between the moon and Earth. And
What?
I don't even think that's actually true. It's just people reaching.
Where the fuck do these people come up with this shit?
Yeah, it's completely crackpot.
Hey, look, it's like the one reference we get to the boiler, and he's making Wendy do it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of that was part of the intention is this Jack is not concerned with any of the actual caretaking chores he has to do. So Wendy just does them all. He's completely just focusing on writing, and he's not actually even writing anything. But he's writing the same sentence over and over.
Well, yeah, because all work and no play make Jack a dull boy.
Yeah, but the explanation for that moon landing theory is some of the funniest things I've heard in bad conspiracy theories.
That's good God.
Yeah, I'd love to watch that documentary at some point just to see the lunatics that they got. Um, it used to bother me here how fast Wendy jumps to immediately thinking that Jack is the one that strangled Danny here. I know that that's about to happen. We're not exactly at that part yet, but I mean, it works because at this point she doesn't think that there are any ghosts here, and she knows, and she deep down
Well,
inside she does not trust this man with her child.
well, keep in mind as well because that's how it is in the book. He has a history of it.
Yeah, and they mention, from what I read in the book, I think it's the same thing where he accidentally dislocates his shoulder.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
yeah,
they kind of glaze over it, like Wendy just has a piece of dialogue about how he got angry. But the idea is that like 3 or 4 year old Danny was playing in his dad's office and like spilled
Mhm.
alcohol on his papers. And Jack came back in drunk, got mad, and like went to pull him off of the floor and dislocates
Yeah.
his shoulder.
Yeah.
And that's the first time that Wendy considers leaving her husband. And Danny is upset because he senses this word divorce that he doesn't understand,
Mhm.
but he can tell that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, and I think um deep down inside there is the more strong Wendy in this version because deep down inside she doesn't trust Jack, but she's too scared to leave him basically in this
I
version.
forgot how fast this movie moves for a 2.5 hour movie.
Yeah.
Because we're
Oh,
about to
we're
get the first Lloyd scene.
yeah, and we're almost halfway through.
And then we
Rather
just have another
wild.
3 hour movie to go.
Oh boy. I would love to see I'd love to see the deleted scenes to this movie if they ever resurface. I know a lot was cut out. Yeah, I'd like to see that too.
I would be fascinated to see what he cut. I'm shocked it's not on the 4K.
Yeah, they might be buried somewhere. I don't know how easy it is to get a hold of those.
And
I like how
though,
dumbfounded Jack looks.
yeah. Although the
He's
one
like,
issue
"What?"
I do have with this scene
Yeah.
is it makes no logistical sense how would he have gotten up to room 237, strangled him, and then came back down here to have us
Then
fall asleep.
have a dream. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
Wendy
just like
thinks.
he looks so confused. Like, what is
Yeah.
happening?
He's like, what? Maybe Wendy thinks it happened earlier in the day.
I,
Well,
I
it's just
do
later
think
in the day. I don't
I
know.
do think this is one of the scenes where I think Wendy comes off a little more unsympathetic because she just flies off the handle and like her accusation doesn't have any kind of basis in reality.
Well, it's like I said earlier. She doesn't trust this guy after he dislocated Danny's
And
shoulder.
and I get
So
that, but if you're gonna
she
play with
has.
that, it should be kind of like possible that he could have done it. But in the way that it's played in the movie, there's no possible way he could have done it.
It's maybe a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, I don't know. I think it still works.
But it leads to one of my favorite scenes in the movie, so it's fine.
Lloyd.
How you doing, Lloyd? There were scenes in the movie in early screenings that were cut out while the movie was in third theaters early on. And we complain about finishing movies now.
Uh, I think I heard somewhere that there is an international cut of this movie that's a little bit different. So I wonder what scenes are in there that are different from here,
I don't know.
or if it's maybe just cut down.
Based on other international cuts I've seen of movies, it's probably cut down. Like they probably cut all that, like the dead twins.
Well, I would. I don't think I would cut that. That's a weird choice to cut.
Well, I'm just saying that a lot of the international cuts that I have seen try to cut a lot of the gore.
Hmm.
Unless you're Dawn of the Dead, that just cuts out all the comedy of the movie, and it's really weird. This is his audition tape for the Joker in '89, by the way.
Yeah, he's very. I mean, he's creepy in this movie, but he's also just kind of. He's kind of funny in a dark way.
And I think what's weird is because this movie is obviously doing something different. But then they'll do something like this where that is line for line dialogue from the book.
Oh, this whole scene.
The whole thing about him having 220s and everything, that is like a line for line from the book.
Yeah, that makes sense for Kubrick. I see him as the type that would only want people to watch the final cut of his movie
And
rather than
so annoying.
any extra material.
Let us see it. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it, but can't control it. This actor, I think, is also in a lot of Kubrick movies. I think he's a regular, along with the guy that plays Grady later.
Yeah, this is all line for line from the book.
Okay, even the white man's burden line.
I don't know about. I don't think that one, but like him saying, you're the best goddamn bartender.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that that line would be in the book because that relates to something specific that Kubrick is doing in this movie, for his commentary on.
All right, Noah, take your shot of whiskey.
I don't have whiskey.
Funnily enough, though, in both this and Doctor Sleep, the best scenes in both movies are the bar scenes.
Yeah, it's maybe my favorite scene in Doctor Sleep.
I think it's the best scene in that movie. It's Ian's performance is just so good.
We love Ewan McGregor, but everybody, so good. Words of wisdom, Lloyd. Yeah, and the whole women can't live with him, can't live without him also goes back into what Kubrick is trying to do here, where he's making a movie about a man that has utter contempt for his wife, which unfortunately was a lot of men at the time and maybe even still today. They don't really care about being a good father or a husband. They just care about getting success and achieving the American dream.
I wouldn't touch one hair on his goddamn little head. I love the little son of a bitch. Robert, I love deleted scenes and extended cuts, but at the same time, I've seen movies where I love where later deleted scenes think, ah, damn, I wish they didn't cut the. Sometimes I don't agree. If the movie is good, a deleted scene that should be in the movie isn't going to affect my enjoyment of that movie.
Yeah, I mean, if the final cut's still good, then if I can see why they cut something out, then I can live with that. I think it's a case by case basis. Because as we talked about with Aliens, I think there's some important scenes that you need in the theatrical cut.
Well, and I think it makes it a better movie.
Yeah, at least a few scenes I think could have been put in the theatrical cut. But here's where he talks about, I did hurt him one time.
Oh, it is exactly like in the book.
It is, yeah. But you can tell in this version, he has no remorse.
Yeah.
He's just like, stupid little shit.
Runs so dumb.
I like Jack's reaction to her saying this. She's like, are you out of your fucking mind?
I love his reaction to her all the time. Like, we talked over about that scene earlier where she came in to just say, oh, it's snowing. He's just like, what do you want me to do about it?
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen. Have you ever seen the deep fake edits of this movie with Jim Carrey's face on Jack Nicholson?
I have.
It's weirdly fitting.
I mean, that's not who I would picture as Jack, but it would be. I don't think it would be terrible.
Do you think he could have played the book version of Jack a little bit more sympathetic?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Jim Carrey tends to play a lot more sympathetic characters.
He's good at playing like he's deranged, but like you feel bad for him.
Yeah, exactly. Even in his more dramatic roles, he tends to be a more sympathetic character.
I'd love to see the alternate reality with this movie where it was Christopher Reeve instead of Jack Nicholson, since that's who Stephen King. Ooh.
Ooh.
Now I'm kind of upset we didn't get that.
I'm glad we got this movie, but if there was a more book accurate version with Christopher Reeve, I think that's a really good casting choice, actually.
One thing I
this
don't.
makes no sense to me if Dick and everyone else in the movie is just crazy.
This is another thing I don't like is that instead of like Jack or Danny's voice, because in the book Danny purposely calls him, and like you hear Dick, please come, we're in danger. Dick, please come. It's just this really loud, irritating squeal, and
I think this is
Scatman
really
making this really funny face.
See, when I first watched this movie, I thought that was really unsettling. I thought that was really disturbing. I can see why you'd think it's funny though, but I think
it zooms in too close on this goofy looking face that he's making.
And another thing I like about it is,
and then the kid is like having a seizure.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the technique that Kubrick is using in this movie, where he's a lot more subtle with the supernatural elements, and he's leaving.
But he had them talking telepathically earlier. It's already in the movie.
No, but yeah, it's in the movie, but I think you can still infer from that scene what's happening.
Like, I mean, you can, but you've already put it in the movie. Just do it. Go all the way with it.
Well, no, but I appreciate the movie doing it visually rather than just spelling it out for you.
I think if you didn't have that scene of him talking to him telepathically at the beginning, I'd be more okay with it. Also, that is the greenest bathroom.
Before we get to the reddest bathroom later.
So I didn't notice it when I watched Dr. Sleep, but I did catch a Dr. Sleep deleted scene on YouTube where they actually redo the bathroom scene, but this time it's with Jack as Lloyd.
Oh, the bathroom scene with Grady.
Yeah.
This also freaked me out when I first watched it.
This is a freaky scene in the book too, because it's kind of similar. And then he's like, "No, I didn't actually see anything. The little shits just, convinced me that I did." Rubber Wild, I love the out of nowhere nudity with that slow reveal, that nude portrait in the room. Always, yeah. Like, and where is he?
He's in his house. For some reason, he has got naked women on his wall, though.
It was a 70s thing.
Yeah.
I don't like that look Jack's giving her.
Yeah, that's really creepy. But in the book, does Jack make out with this woman?
I think so. No, because he enters the room and he has this intense feeling of dread, and he could see somebody behind the shower curtain, and so he leaves, but then he convinces himself that he never actually saw anything.
Okay, because I was gonna say if he did that, that sounds really out of character for that version.
No, yeah, the Jack in the book is very much like, I want to have my family and like be there for them.
Yes, this version is the exact opposite.
I always forget about the explicit nudity here, probably because I always try to block out what's coming up. Yeah, it's gross.
Well, even before she turns into a witch. Like, I don't know, I think it's mostly the music in this scene is like really disturbing.
No, I mean, like, you're clearly not supposed to enjoy this.
No. Because when I first watched this, I was like, I don't know what's about to happen, but something bad's about to happen.
Something bad's gonna happen, folks.
Oh god, that makeup.
And I think this is another thing I have with this Jack is like, really, you just see a naked woman and that's your first instinct? You don't stop thinking, hey, aren't we supposed to be alone up here?
That's
great makeup work.
Yeah, it's really good makeup.
Danny, stop having a seizure.
I don't know why, but she kind of reminds me a little bit of Henrietta from Evil Dead 2.
Robert Wild, the only scene where an actor probably insisted on doing more takes.
Well, they probably did like 80 takes of this scene.
Oh God, that's the stuff that would be miserable. Have to like be in that makeup.
Yeah, for that long. Oh my god. And you have to kiss Jack Nicholson.
And King has backstory for like all of the ghosts that you see.
Are all the ghosts in this movie in the book as well?
Off the top of my head, yes. The only one that I'm having trouble placing is that weird dog suit guy that you see. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be from the book, because there is a guy in a wolf mask in the book, but I don't know if that's what that's supposed to be. But they couldn't get it; they just changed it a little bit.
Sounds like maybe that's a nod to that, but I could be wrong.
And Dick has this whole thing of like, why am I helping myself for a couple of white people that I just met? And then he thinks of Danny, and he's like, oh, you know, this kid needs me. We have this ability that we share.
Yeah.
Yeah, the miniseries Wolf Mask is hysterical. The book also has way more uses of the N-word than this movie does.
There's only like one I can think of in this
No,
movie.
when Jack goes crazy, like him in the hotel use it constantly.
Ooh. Turns out Jack is actually a racist.
I mean, it was the 80s.
Well, I'd assume
Or
the
no,
book was written
70s.
in the 70s, yeah, because this
Yeah.
movie comes out in 1980.
No, yeah, because that's his third novel. Like that's the thing I don't think people talk about enough. Is like that's only his third published novel.
Pretty impressive.
And by then, this is the second King adaptation. Because I think Carrie comes out before those.
Carrie was definitely late 70s, maybe mid 70s.
And I think Salem's Lot had an adaptation already at this point.
Robert, if Tarantino directed this, there would have been more Edwards.
If Noah directed this, that's all the dialogue would be.
Oh no, that's not true. I won't take any more of this defamation. So here we've got some more abusive parenting from Jack, where he's just blaming everything on Danny.
So, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Thinking logically, there's only 3 people that could have done it. And we know if it wasn't 2 of them. If you're in denial about the hotel being haunted, there's only one logical explanation.
But but
he's in denial.
Is he in denial, or because he's kind of every time he sees an hallucination, he kind of embraces it. Like he's talking to Lloyd, he's making out with that woman, he dances at the party.
That's true. I don't know. It's hard to tell with this.
To me, it reads like he doesn't want to admit to Wendy that he knows it's haunted, and he doesn't give a shit about Danny.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right here is one of the like go-to scenes where he's like, you know, I've had my chance to accomplish something, and you're getting in my way.
It's pretty insane and awesome that we got Stephen King adaptations from De Palma, Stanley Kubrick, John Carpenter, and Cronenberg. Yeah. Some of them understood the material better than the others.
But they're all top-tier directors.
They are. And only one of them had to abuse their actor.
Oh. Well, I don't know. Maybe there were some horror stories from the Brian De Palma set.
Yeah, that one's not talked about enough. I'm excited to eventually talk about the Carrie book. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we might do that sometime. I
It
always
is
use
a strong
it was-
debut.
I always use the gif of Jack knocking that stuff over.
This movie has so many perfect, like, just reaction gifs.
Yeah.
I
Whenever
used the
I'm
one of him in the bar, like, where he's, like, clicking with Lloyd.
yeah, when he's like raising his eyebrows. Yeah, even though he's like I said before, even though he's creepy in this movie, sometimes he's very expressive and arguably pretty cartoony a lot of the time in this movie.
No, yeah, this Jack gets a joyful glee out of what he's about to do.
Which is why I think he was the perfect at the time, the perfect choice for the Joker.
Yeah, I mean, my problem with the Joker, just like this movie, isn't the performance; it's the take.
Fair enough.
Gangster Joker's just not interesting to me. One thing I will say about Stephen King, because there are a couple of sex scenes in the book between Wendy and Jack. Stephen King sucks at writing sex. It's always uncomfortable to read.
Mm. I mean, I know that there's a notorious example with that.
And
It, uh,
I'm not even going to talk on that. We'll get
yeah,
canceled.
we'll get canceled for that. What do you
Jack
think
is
of?
good as this Joker. I don't want to say he's overpraised, but his performance and stuff like this, and one flew over the cuckoo's nest is 10 times more impressive. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a conversation for maybe when we do our '89 commentary, but I
I mean,
really
let's
like
be
that
honest.
Joker.
He's good in that movie, but he's also just kind of playing Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, and I'm fine with a Joker that's just Jack Nicholson because I think Jack Nicholson can play the Joker. But what do you think of all this stuff with the 1920s party? Like all of these ghosts here. Is that something that's in the book or is that an
Yes.
addition? Okay.
No, there are mentions of a party.
Okay.
And
Because
I think that what's weird about this movie is there's scenes that he takes directly from the book. And then there's other things where he goes completely helter skelter with them. And I'm just like, what are you doing?
yeah, well, it seems to me like he's kind of going for a different thing with the party stuff in here because
No, he definitely
it's
is.
it's mentioned that the hotel is built over an Indian burial ground. So that implies that it's land that was taken from natives by white white Americans, white settlers, and this is kind of just they're living up the lavish life over all the stuff they've taken from others. And that's as we can see, that's Jack doesn't really care about that and he just wants to bask in that success of the other
No,
people
yeah.
here.
The party
Yeah.
stuff in the book is just kind of background fixture.
Yeah, I'm interested to read how that plays in the book because it seems like there's a clear thing that Kubrick wants to do with this in this movie, but I'm
We're
not
about,
sure how it plays in the book.
we're about to get to the other best scene in this movie.
Yeah.
No, I'd really like to see your thoughts on the book since you come at it from a different angle. You started with the movie.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, see this first too. Although it wasn't like it's a popular movie, but it wasn't a major success when it first came out. I think at this point more people know the movie than the book. I could be wrong about that though.
I have also heard that Misery is one of the best. Carrie is also really close to the book. They just changed the framing, which works better for a cinematic experience. This hotel is very much a hotel of extremes. You get the all green bathroom, the all red bathroom, the all blue bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the blue bathroom? I don't remember that one.
I made that one up.
Oh, I was gonna say.
It doesn't. It's not as impressive when you just list two. There should have been an all blue bathroom.
This is another scene that I see people point to as the best and most disturbing scene in the movie, and it's just two people talking. You know, it's not. There's no like frightening imagery in it. It's just two guys talking and one guy talking about how he had to correct his family, and
just the way he delivers it is so terrifying. And that's always been my thing. Is like, you don't need to make your character an asshole to be scary. You just need to make it creepy the way he acts.
Yeah, but
I didn't know people hate the De Palma movie. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I really like the De Palma movie, but I've never read the book. But yeah, I do see where you're coming from on that. And I think this movie definitely prioritizes being a horror experience.
Yeah.
But I also think that doesn't mean that there isn't interesting character stuff in it. It's just not really the same character stuff that the book tries to do.
Well, it's just like, for example, with this Jack, it's like, oh,
yeah,
who could have guessed that this guy would go crazy and try to kill his wife and son with an axe?
No, it's not surprising, but I don't think it's supposed to be surprising. You know, I think Jack is a very compelling character in this movie, and very not just well written but well performed. And he is a bastard. He is a terrible person, but I think what I talked about earlier about his the fact that he just does not care about his family, and he's just a freak that just wants to live in this pleasure land forever.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine.
But I do see like why that won't appeal to a lot of people, and I see why you can find the book version way more compelling, because it's a little bit it's something that you can like sink your teeth into easier. And
Noah, you are the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker.
You've always been the caretaker. That I kind of want to wait until the end to talk about that. The whole there's another theory I'll bring up at the end.
Man, the way the Reds just pop in this transfer.
Yeah.
I don't like the look on that guy's face.
No. That guy also is another Kubrick regular. He's in A Clockwork Orange. I think he's Alex's dad.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in so long. I haven't even watched. I have it on 4K. I haven't even watched that 4K.
I need to get his movies on 4K. I still don't have that or this.
It's probably my favorite Kubrick film. A Clockwork Orange, not a 2001.
Yeah, 2001's mine.
Yeah, because you like boring movies.
Except it's not boring. You just gotta watch her. But this might be a close second for me.
This is easily second, and then third, and it's such a deep ranking because this is all the Kubrick I've seen. Is Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket actually it's more in the middle for me. I like that movie, but I don't love it.
I'm that basic bitch that thinks that movie gets really boring after you leave the boot camp.
No, I do too. Yeah, that's what I had. I think it's fine. I think it's still pretty good after the boot camp, but the boot camp stuff is the best, and it starts on such a high, and then it just kind of peters out after that.
Those are the only three Kubrick movies that I've seen that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, my number 3 would be maybe Doctor Strangelove. The three those three
I thought
kind
you were
of
going
are
to say Doctor
interchangeable for
Strange
me.
for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
Nah, Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb.
I do want to see
It's the
that.
full. It's really funny. It's a great movie.
Jack, what are you doing with your face?
He's going crazy. Yeah, I don't know if this is my favorite scene, but I can totally see why it's some people's favorite scene.
It's my second favorite. I still like the first bar scene more. I love a good monologue. That's why I like
Yeah,
Flanagan. He gives all of his actors great monologues.
I love it. Yeah, I love it when directors just they have great actors on their movies and they just dedicate a whole scene to
Do you
their
think that
performance.
do you think that Kubrick corrected his actors?
Oh God. Oh no.
Because what is creepy about this scene is the subtext. He
Yeah.
says something, but you know what he actually means because you saw it earlier, and just the way he talks about it.
There was a detail I forgot to mention in that scene is if you remember at the beginning of the movie, the guy that runs the hotel talks about Grady, but he says a different name.
Does
In
it?
that scene, it's Delbert Grady, but for it's like something else Grady. So there's two different Gradys in this movie. Um, and he also says that his daughters that he killed were 8 and 9 or something like that. But in the movie, they're clearly twins. So there's some weird detail with that.
This also makes me laugh.
Oh, Red Rum.
Red Rum! Red Rum! Apparently, this kid thought he was making a comedy movie.
Oh, really?
Like, apparently, he's the only one that Kubrick protected.
Oh, that makes sense. He's just a little kid.
But I would also love to know how you do that. Like, how do you shoot some of the stuff that he has to do and be like, oh, it's a comedy picture.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, I also appreciate them as two different things, but I can criticize Kubrick feeling that he needed to change the themes of the book to make it a cinematic experience.
I
Just because it's a good movie doesn't mean it's above criticism.
no, and yeah, you're right. I see where you're coming from with your criticisms. I just think I don't see why he has to replicate the same themes as the book. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought on that one. Robert brought it back to that debate.
I just mean like, okay, it would be like if you made a Batman movie that didn't have the fear motif, like, or vengeance or anything that you associate with Batman,
Batman 66?
which is terrible. But
No. I'm fine with different versions of different things. I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah.
and I mean, I'm not even like I don't even hate this movie. It's a good movie, but I think you can acknowledge that
Yeah.
a good movie is a bad adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I'd say it's a bad adaptation, just because I don't think an adaptation needs to be the same. Like I said before,
Oh,
but I mean,
read the
then I
book
guess
and
we're
get back to me.
no. I mean, I will, then I guess
Jack, what are you doing?
we're arguing over the semantics of what an adaptation, the definition of adaptation, which I don't know if we want to get into that.
That's fine. Jack, what are you doing, you bastard?
Yeah, I was gonna say something about Danny, I think, but then you took my train of thought off the rails, Robert. No, but yeah, I mean, as far as the stuff that Danny the actor has to do in this movie. I don't think he has to. I mean, it's dark material, but if you think about it, like what they shoot, like the scene of him seeing the blood from the elevator, it's just through editing. Like he doesn't really see. I don't think the actual kid saw anything really horrifying on set.
True.
So it just kind of goes to show the movie magic there, how they're able to make you think that a kid is experiencing these horrifying things.
I do know what the meaning
Yeah.
of the word adaptation is.
See, I'm hesitant to have this debate with you, but Robert isn't.
Which is funny because Robert was the one that didn't want to argue.
Yeah.
Scatman, don't go.
Scatman's got to go.
Apparently he's in Transformers too. Austin was telling me he's in G1.
Oh, really?
But it's also movies like this that make me laugh when people complain about like too many adaptations and remakes in Hollywood. It's been that like adaptations have kept Hollywood alive for 50 years. The problem is we just forgotten how to do it properly.
No, I mean, some of the greatest movies of all time are book adaptations.
Or remakes.
And which remakes would you be thinking of?
The Thing, The Fly. There's that 70s Invasion of the Body Snatchers that's up there.
Yeah. I don't know. Those are specific cases.
Okay.
I think a lot of them. A lot of those remakes specifically they're successful because they try to do something different.
Okay, but they're still remakes.
No, but what I'm saying is the trap that a lot of other remakes fall into is that they're too hesitant on calling back to the original. Like they rely on your knowledge of the original. You know what I mean?
Well, but that goes into what I was saying. It's just that we've forgotten how to do that.
No, yeah, you're probably right about that. The vast majority of movies made back in the golden age of cinema were adaptations of prior works.
I don't think Robert says. I don't. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I don't think it's hyperbolic to say most remakes are bad, though. Yeah, I mean,
it just depends. Like, I can also think of just as many remakes that I've enjoyed.
I think I can think of a lot of good remakes for sure. I don't know if I'd call
people just like.
I think it's the exception of The Thing. I don't think I would call any remake that I've seen one of the greatest movies of all time.
No, but it doesn't need to be.
Right,
I just think people get it stuck in their head.
About.
People get it stuck in their head about bad remakes because then it's remaking something that you like but badly, and they forget about the good ones.
Yeah, but I think the problem is there's more examples of bad ones.
But are there?
Yeah, I think so.
That people actually cared about?
You got the RoboCop remake, the Total Recall remake. We're getting into a whole different conversation.
Well, I mean, it's just snow, driving down the road on snow.
But now they're watching Roadrunner. I wouldn't want to see another film version of this, and I don't think they will make another film version.
The way to do this, if you ever do it again, is miniseries on streaming.
Another miniseries.
There was definitely an epidemic in the mid-2000s with the sheer amount of horror remakes. Most of them were just bad. Just watch the Kirby scene from Scream 4. But I mean, even looking back at like what I call the what is that? What is Michael Bay's production? Platinum Dunes era. The only one of those that sticks out to me as aggressively bad was Nightmare.
Yeah.
Their Texas Chainsaw is pretty good. I like their Friday remake. From what I remember of Amityville Horror, it was okay. I like the Halloween remake. That's not Platinum Dunes, but that's another remake.
Well, the Halloween remake's bad.
No,
Yeah, I think the way to do
it's just
this,
different, Noah.
yeah, but sometimes what you have to do different things that are good.
No, Noah, it's just different. I'm just
Yeah,
messing with
different.
you.
You got to be different and good, obviously.
But it is good.
No, that's a
Yeah,
conversation for another time.
that's gonna be an interesting commentary. I'm gonna be on an island.
Uh,
That's
who
okay.
says
I'm
we're
used to
doing?
be.
Who
Oh, we're
says we're
doing that
doing a
right after
commentary?
Doctor Sleep.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to bed after Doctor Sleep. You kidding me? Here we're
Come on,
at the
Pat.
iconic. We're at the iconic all work and no play, make Jack a dull boy scene.
Yeah. Or what is
This is
it in The
something
Simpsons? All beer or no beer and all work.
something and no beer make Homer something something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing is I don't remember what he says first. Um, is that so? This is something also in the book.
I don't think so. Because
Oh, okay.
he's purposely writing a play. And Danny is
Okay.
able to tell that Jack has been taken.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of turns into more of like avoiding Jack.
Okay, because I think I'd point to this scene as an example of how the movie is maybe a little bit more popular than the book at this point, because this is such an iconic scene.
And that just makes me sad.
Eh, I think the book's still popular.
That one says Jace.
Yeah, there's some typos. There's one that says
What kind
"I'll
of
work
writer are you, Jack?
clearly, he's very mediocre. He's very untalented.
Whoa, Robert. 13 Ghosts is not bad. Get out of here.
There's one that says "All work and no play makes Jack a dull bot." That showed up earlier.
But that's what I mean as well is nobody remembers 90% of that list that you just said. You're just wrong on 13 Ghosts though.
But I think that I don't want to stay on this topic for so long, but I think what Robert's getting to is that there's so much of those that pile up that people remember. That's what gives people the impression that there are mostly bad remakes because there's so many bad ones. It's not that there are any notoriously bad ones, and there are some notoriously bad ones, but it's more just like the the sheer like amount of them.
The
know,
the impressive thing is that this was done on a typewriter. Can you imagine having to sit there and like type that?
yeah, and like different not different fonts, but like different page layouts and paragraphs.
That would suck ass.
This is one of my favorite scenes
No, this is also a good one.
for Jack's acting here.
Yeah. No, like he carries this movie like hands down for me.
He gives the best performance, inarguably. It's funny because I think at the time a lot of what critics complained about was him, and I don't know if it was necessarily performance or kind of what we were talking about earlier, how he's not very sympathetic from the beginning, which was off-putting for a lot of people. But you know,
And I love the sound choice here.
so yeah, so creepy.
Although
And as we
last
talked,
thing,
as
oh, go ahead.
sorry, as we talked about earlier, critics, especially in the '80s, do not understand horror, and they have a lot of bad takes of horror movies.
You know what we should do though at some point? Bad
Yeah.
remake month.
Oh no! I mean, that's not a bad idea. I just don't want to suffer through that.
I'm gonna find the worst of the worst to make you watch. I like the red filter on the camera there.
Yeah, it's the blood splashing onto the lens. It's really cool. I notice more on this viewing how a lot of the subjects in certain shots are directly in the center of the frame, kind of like a Wes Anderson movie. And I don't know if you've seen that edit on YouTube, but someone made like The Shining and the Grand Budapest Hotel mashup, and it actually really fits.
I have not seen that. I don't know
I'll
enough
have to-
about Wes Anderson.
Oh yeah, you've only seen like 2 of his movies.
Like literally 2.
Yeah,
His newest one and
that's
that
right.
Fox movie.
I showed you Fantastic Mr. Fox. Yeah. The other edit of this movie, the trailer edit of this movie that I love is The Shining as a romantic comedy. You've seen that, right?
No, I'm gonna have to watch that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to send
Uh,
you that. You can watch that later. It's
So
really
I'm gonna contradict myself. As much as I don't like this because of the take on a character that I already like, but this is my favorite kind of horror villain that enjoys what he's doing.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
Nixon must be having so much fun right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of reason why this take works for me is Nicholson's having so much fun. Um, and yeah, and that's also one of my favorite types of villains is I like the sympathetic villain here and there, like Mr. Freeze and the animated series. But it's also fascinating to watch a villain that is just so completely despicable and wrapped up in his villainy that he just
Noah,
revels in his villainy.
but Noah, has it ever occurred to you that he agreed to take care of the Overlook Hotel until May the 1st?
Oh, it's occurred to me. And yeah, and
And
another
this is
villain
this
that's
big
had
scene where you can tell that I don't think this is all performance. I think this is probably like the 600th take they've done of this. And Shelley Duvall is just like, I want to be done, please.
Oh, she's so worn out. Yeah.
Which I
It
think
feels
does lead to a little bit of awkwardness because there's no transition. It's just she goes from curious to tired immediately.
Mhm.
This is the scene I quote the most. I'm not going to hurt you. You didn't let me
Gonna
finish my
bash your
sentence. I'm
fucking
going to
brains
bash
in.
your fucking brains in.
This is the part where he feels the most Jim Carrey to me.
Yeah.
Where he's like, "Give me the bat, Wendy."
Wendy, he's not even near you. What are you swinging at?
I think she's just trying to scare him off. And then eventually she does get a hit on him.
What are you doing with your tongue? I don't like that.
Yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel is one of my favorite Wes Anderson movies.
I'll have to watch it.
Yeah, I
God
think you'll like
damn.
that. I haven't seen Asteroid City, so I don't know. I don't know really how you felt about that one, but if you liked Mr. Fox, then I'd check out Budapest Hotel.
Asteroid City was just fine. There wasn't much of a
Yeah, I mean,
narrative.
I hear a lot of people, even people who like Wes Anderson, are kind of down on that. I think maybe his shtick is getting a little old.
He needs to reinvent himself. I also don't buy for a minute that skinny lady here can carry Jack Nicholson across the hotel.
Yeah, I gotta suspend your disbelief a little bit for that.
Because they do this in the book too, but her and Danny have to work together to get him in the freezer.
Yeah, so Danny's just kind of paralyzed at this point.
Yeah, no, like He removes pretty much all of Danny's stuff in this movie. Danny is the one that stops Jack.
Sorry.
Whoa, it's like 3Ds. But that's a Stephen King thing.
Job.
That's a Stephen King thing. Is he loves writing kind of coming of age stories.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
And the end of the book is very much Danny standing up to what's left of his father.
I think that's why you can appreciate Doctor Sleep, because that movie it's not a coming of age story really, but it is about Danny
Overcoming
like
his trauma.
100%.
It's Mike Flanagan's favorite subject, family trauma. But
Trauma.
not done in that like shitty Blumhouse way that we joke about.
You mean it's not as good as Halloween Ends?
Well, I mean, nothing is. I mean, you ready for that commentary?
I'm serious about this. I'd rather do that David Gordon Green trilogy than the Rob Zombie movies.
Ooh, I would
I-
rather do the first two Halloween Gordon Halloween movies than Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Oh god, this is going to be like a math formula. Okay, I would rather do Halloween 2018 over Rob Zombie's either Rob Zombie Halloween movie, but I would rather do Rob Zombie's Halloween 1 over Kills and Ends. But I would rather do any three of those movies than Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
I think I understood that.
I told you it's like an advanced math formula.
Yeah, I just find Rob Zombie's first Halloween. I haven't seen the second one. I find the first one just really.
The second one makes the first one look like a masterpiece.
That's what I've heard. I find his first one really hard to watch, and at least Kills is not a good movie, but it's at least entertaining to me.
No, Kills falls into that my realm of this is shit, but it's really funny.
It's a lot like the original Halloween 2, where it's not a great movie, but it's fine just as a turn your brain off slasher.
And I don't like Halloween 2. I think it's a boring slasher.
That's fair enough. I like it.
Go check it out, Wendy. God, the way she runs with that knife is so dumb.
Yeah, she's gonna stab herself.
Put a jacket on, you idiot.
She's only out for a little bit. Who cares?
I mean, I would think she would about freezing to death.
Oh, it's totally fine when a wife assaults her husband. This movie's woke.
Loomis carries Halloween 2. I mean, he carries Halloween 1. He's just not in it enough.
I don't agree with that. I mean, he's great in Halloween 1. He's one of the best parts of it.
Oh no, he sabotaged their only way out.
Oh no.
It's a really good thing that Danny had a seizure to call Dick, and then he's not going to do anything for the rest of the movie.
Yeah. Kubrick just took away the focus from Danny because I guess he's more interested in how low Jack can go.
I've always been of two minds of is it that, or is it just he didn't want to have to shoot anything that could scare the kid?
Well, I don't know, but what I will say is I will give Danny more credit at the end because I think he's pretty clever how he outsmarts Jack at the end.
Oh, and I don't know if I told you this but I'm gonna fact check myself. But the kid that plays Danny in this is in Doctor Sleep as a cameo.
I heard he has a cameo, but I don't know where it is. So you'll have to point it out when we get to it, I guess.
I don't even remember now. I'm looking it up.
Okay. Now, the other big thing that kind of disproves the no ghost theory is what opens this door for Jack.
I guess he's a teacher now in real life.
Oh, okay, cool. Because you see Jack here trapped in the walk-in, and he's talking to Grady, and it's implied Grady opens the door for him. But I've also heard theories that it's Danny who opens the door,
What?
which doesn't really make any sense because he's not he's not around here.
I think people just need to stop theorizing about this movie because they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, those are people who are desperately out to prove that there's no ghosts in this movie.
I'm gonna send you this photo because it's him in Doctor Sleep, so we can both keep an eye out for it.
Okay.
Because I can't tell just from that scene. That comb over is the scariest part of this movie. Yeah, Nicholson also looks like he's kind of losing his hair.
I can't tell, just looking at that image, I can't tell who either of those who he is.
It's probably just like a background blink and you miss it cameo. But it's cool he came
Maybe.
back since he's not an actor anymore.
Yeah, I think this is his only movie role, right?
I think so, yeah. Well, and like I found out that
That's good.
you've seen 28 Days Later, right?
I have. I watched it with you guys.
I found out that the young girl in that also doesn't act anymore.
Oh, okay.
Because apparently they're bringing Cillian Murphy back.
Oh, yeah, they're doing 28 years later.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, but hopefully it's good.
So, hopefully. Yeah.
I have my worries that it took them so long to get a script off the ground.
Yeah, and I hear mixed things about the sequel already. The 28 weeks
Mhm.
later.
It's okay. But 28 Days is not one of my favorite like zombie flicks or zombie flicks. Sorry for anyone that likes that movie. It is a good movie. It is not a zombie movie.
The comb over is the scariest part of the movie.
I just read that, Nah.
Oh shit. Did you read it also doesn't make sense how Jack gets out of the freezer if there are no ghosts? Yeah, that's what I was talking
I did
about earlier,
not.
Robert.
No, I mean there's clearly
Yeah.
ghosts. It's the point of both the book and the movie.
Well, it's like I said earlier, I think the idea for this specific version of the story, that there aren't any ghosts is really appealing to me, and I think that's more disturbing. I just don't buy any of the evidence I've seen pointing towards it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to pay attention to those fan theories. Like I have my interpretation of a film. I don't care about conspiracies that might be hidden behind scene number 7, shot 6,000.
Well, and with that specific theory, I think I'm open to believing it if there's actual evidence for it.
So what you're saying
'cause
is you want to believe.
I want to believe. That's a show.
Do you know what that's from? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, X-Files.
Robert Wild Torgo literally losing his mind before our eyes. It's true.
Yeah,
He's
it's
gonna
meta.
commit red rum.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like if he thought of this was a comedy, what does he think this scene is gonna be?
What the red rum?
Yeah, what does he
Yeah,
think
'cause-
this is?
I have no idea.
Yeah, give the kid a real knife.
I hope that's a prop knife.
No, it definitely is. You can see it's not sharp.
Yeah.
It also looks like more of a mini machete than a knife.
It's funny because earlier when Wendy grabs that knife, there's like other sharper knives hanging up, and for some reason she goes to that one. Like, you could have picked a better knife, Wendy.
Hey, Noah, did you know Red Rum?
Red rum.
I'm a little ashamed the first time that I watched this or read the book. I'm a little ashamed how long it took me to figure out what that meant.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't pick up on
Red
it
Rum! Red
until the
Rum!
reveal. I feel like if I read the book first, I probably would have picked up on it.
I know this is supposed to be creepy, but it's just kind of funny. He's holding the knife. Red Rum!
The shot of the camera following the movement of the axe as he chops into the door is really cool.
Have you seen the outtakes for this scene?
I've seen him like psych himself up to get ready. It's so crazy.
Well,
He's like,
so
"Careful,
because
kill."
he was a firefighter before an actor. There's an outtake an outtake of this where the one of the shots he destroys the entire door in one hit.
It's awesome. Yeah,
The miniseries tries to recreate that, but with a mallet, and it looks really goofy.
How do you break open a door with a mallet?
I don't know. This axe scene is taken directly from the Fainted Carriage, an old silent movie, says Robert Wilde. Oh,
cool.
I am not very knowledgeable about silent films. That is an era I struggle with.
I need to catch up more on silent films. Like I said earlier, I think maybe the mallet maybe works more in the book, but I think the axe really works better for a movie. It's just more of a visceral kind of image.
I just think it's all about execution.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
you would just shoot scenes to shrink the mallet. Like, there's something inherently scary about the idea of him just sitting there beating her to death with a mallet.
Yeah, and when you say that, I think you're right about that. But at the same time, it's hard to visualize in a threatening way.
Yeah, but I mean, you can have some fancy tricks to work around that.
It's more about like putting myself in that experience, getting beaten to death by a mallet. That is probably a worse death, a longer death than just getting chopped up with an axe.
Is there a lore reason that he calls himself Johnny in this upcoming scene?
Well, it's a reference to Johnny Carson. That's the lore reason.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I know like the out of universe reason, but I've always just wondered why he calls himself that in the. Like, is this character a fan of Johnny Carson?
I think he's maybe a fan of Johnny Carson.
And it's also crazy what becomes iconic from this movie. Like, this might be one of the most iconic horror scenes in history.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and also thinking about that, I know a lot of Jacks. A lot of Johns go by Jack. So maybe
maybe I should change my nickname.
Maybe his real name is Jonathan Torrance, and he just goes by Jack. So it's a double.
Just start going by Jack, or about a while it just looks goofy. We search it. I don't agree. I think it all comes down to execution. You can make that scary.
I do think Robert has a point, though. We do associate it too much with cartoons. I'm just gonna think of Looney Tunes when someone gets whacked on the head with a mallet.
But you can make that scary by being it's scary that this good guy is doing something awful with a tool that is normally like a cartoon toy.
Yeah, I guess it could be executed well. I think it was a good choice to go with an axe just for like visceral horror reasons. Like in the moment.
Well, scared. And I buy this version of Jack using an axe more than I do.
Yeah, this is a much more brutal, much more unlikable Jack.
I don't like the choice to kill Halloran though, but that's just like a fanboy thing.
Robert, is it hyperbolic to say I think more people now associate the phrase "Here's Johnny" with this movie than Johnny Carson? No, I think
I
you're
don't
right.
think so.
There's a
I don't
cameo
want to
from
be a dick to Johnny Carson, but like, does anybody our age even remember Johnny Carson or like seen
I
Johnny
think,
Carson?
to be fair, and I'm young, so this is probably the reason, but I did know "Here's Johnny" from The Shining. I thought that was just a quote from The Shining before I knew about Johnny Carson.
And Jurassic Park
Um,
stole this scene.
Here's a cameo from my cat.
Kitty.
Hey, Minnie.
No, I don't think that's hyperbolic. I think like those late night talk shows more than anything don't carry from generation to generation. Like each generation is going to have its own night shows that they watch. Like for me, it was Jay
Yeah.
Leno and David Letterman. I don't know what it is now, but
Well, now that stuff is fading out, I think. I don't think young people watch late night shows. I certainly don't.
I liked Conan.
I like what I've seen of clips of Conan. I never watched him when he had his show, but he's probably the funniest late night host in modern times.
But I was always more of like a Jay
I
Leno and Dave Letterman guy.
I like Dave Letterman. I don't like Stephen Colbert or the Jimmys.
I liked Colbert when he was just doing that like news show on Comedy Central.
I like the Colbert Report. I don't like his late show.
But even then, I always preferred Jon Stewart. You all right
Yeah.
there? You losing it? Are you hearing? Are you hearing Lloyd?
Lloyd. Hey Lloyd.
That's what you should have named your cat.
That'd be weird, a female cat named Lloyd. Come here, Lloyd.
So one thing I do like about this scene is just how long it is. I like that it's kind of drawn out as like this place is so isolated. That is
It's
true.
technically, yeah, black guy who dies first trope. I guess yeah. It's crazy how far we are into the movie before we get any deaths. I guess it's not a slasher, so it makes sense. And this is really the only death in the movie too.
Other than Jack himself.
I guess yeah, this is the only kill. Well, I mean, Jack gets killed by the weather. But
They killed my boy.
yeah, I mean, it's sad. Got an emotional reaction out of you, which
Why did he stick his tongue out like that? What are you doing?
he's a gremlin. I don't know.
No,
Daddy,
I'm of two
Daddy
minds of
boy.
this. It kind of works, but I also hate that Halloran came back for no reason. Danny!
Daddy.
Danny boy!
Well, he came back because
die.
Danny was in trouble. But he
No,
no, but
I
he
mean,
came
I know-
back because
I know why he came
Yeah.
back. I'm saying he doesn't do it. Like, him coming back was pointless.
yeah, I mean, it's sad to see him die. I don't know. I like him. That's why I'm sad to see him die.
I mean, he's my favorite character. He's one of my favorite characters in this story.
So I don't know. I haven't heard any explanation of this bear. I have no idea what this means.
Oh, I'm sorry. He came to bring the snowmobile. Glad they killed him off for that. I don't understand why this is here. Like, I don't. What is that?
No, because it's arguably goofier than it is scary.
Yeah. And I don't want to see that dude's ass.
No.
You alright over there?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. What's up?
You looked like you were having a heart attack or something.
Just a little shaky for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I think it's the coffee because I don't drink it that often.
You weakling.
Not a caffeine addict.
I am, and let me just tell you, the caffeine withdrawals suck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is what it is.
Yeah, once again, the sound design is just stellar. See,
Yeah.
that's why I'm tempted to watch this with headphones.
Then
Even
take
if it
your
gets loud.
medicine, boy. Look at you now, boy.
Jack Torrance is a wrestler.
Well, they're gonna remake this tomorrow with The Rock as Jack Torrance.
Oh, it's terrible. Don't say
Can you
that.
imagine, like 6 foot, 300-pound Jack Torrance?
I'm just a writer from Maine.
That's like when they cast Arnold as just a normal person. It's like, are you though?
When Arnold Schwarzenegger plays a doctor in Junior.
I haven't seen that. Daddy!
I don't think you really need to.
Jack, nobody needs to know that. Why are you yelling that you're coming? Yeah, I just, this is such a lamer ending.
I like it. The other thing that kind of disproves the no ghost theory is that why would Wendy have the exact same delusion of the blood in the elevator?
No, I
as
mean
Dan?
the no ghost thing is just factually false.
It is. Yeah, I just thought I'd bring up all of the arguments I have against it as they come up. I love
Dick.
I love the guy that's like cool party.
I'll wait till I show you what he looks like in the miniseries.
Oh, really? I'm do they screw him up?
You're gonna laugh really hard at this.
Oh no, we got another live reaction coming. He just looks like a deadite.
He looks like it's cartoon character,
He looks like like a goblin from
like Scooby Doo or something.
yeah, he looks
When
like
my
a villain from
mom,
a haunted house.
when my mom read this book when she was a young teen, her cat jumped on a chair behind her and startled her while she was reading the 217 scene, and she literally threw the book across the room. No, the book has a really powerful way of just like sucking you into the story.
Yeah, I really liked how, from what I remember, I really liked how King described the scenes of when Danny had visions at the beginning of the book.
Well, and the book really takes
Really?
its time. They don't even get to the Overlook until 100 plus pages in.
Yeah, I think around the time they got to the Overlook is when I stopped.
You mean you tell me you read 100 pages and went, I'll get back to it later.
Like I said, I was busy with schoolwork and stuff, and I had to return it. I had to return it to the library.
You motherfucker.
Yeah, and I know you don't love that they don't really do much with Danny at the end, but I do think the way that he outsmarts Jack here is pretty clever.
No, I do like that at the end it's Danny that outsmarts Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd give credit to that.
But also, how does he get out of the maze but Jack can't?
That's a good question. I thought about that last time I watched it. I think maybe he just ends up retracing his steps, and then Jack just goes further into the maze, so he gets lost.
Robert Wild, I like how Danny outsmarts Jack in the scene, and the movie has already established he knows the way out of the maze.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if
'cause
Jack
him
is
and
is
Wendy went
part
through it.
of the Overlook, he should also know that.
Well, he's not. Is he part of the Overlook, or is he just?
Well, because you get that
No.
shot at the end.
Well, he's fully that at that point. He's fully absorbed. He's not fully absorbed now because he's still alive.
Well, and it's also hard to tell.
That's how I took it.
It's hard to tell how possessed he is by this point.
But I think that makes sense. Like Danny and Wendy already went through the maze. Jack didn't go through the maze, so he's lost. I think that tracks.
Yeah, I guess. Like, Danny's not even wearing a coat. That little bastard should have frozen by now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's weird how no one puts a coat on when they go outside in this movie.
Jack at least has, like, a jacket. I do like the way this is shot, though.
This movie looks
But
beautiful.
again, what did this kid think he was filming? That's sad. I'm out of coffee. You can't see it very well, but this thing keeps coffee. Like, before I got this, my coffee would be cold by like my first break. Now I'll like when I'm working, I'll subconsciously pick it up even after I've moved on to just like water for the day. And it's like, oh, this is still warm. I can still drink this.
I think I've had enough coffee for the night. I don't know what's going on. I'm really shaky.
Well, we'll take a break after we finish this movie and then see how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'll update you because I don't really know what's going on right now. I also only drank 1 cup, so.
Yeah, one cup shouldn't be making you feel shaky.
Yeah, I guess I have no tolerance.
Run a lap around your house, you'll be fine. Just burn off that excess energy.
I think that's what I should do, yeah.
Robert Wild, I do love the idea that the photo of Jack was in the hotel the whole time and no one ever noticed it, but I do read the ending as Jack. No, it's definitely that, especially when you get to Dr. Sleep. And like I know it's 2 different directors, but a narrative is a narrative. Noah's gonna run laps, folks. He's got excess energy to burn off. Also, this is just goofy.
Or he's going, Daddy!
Yeah, it just like devolves into grunts.
I could see how this could be scary in 1980, but
Yeah,
a little silly.
This just goes on too long.
This is still maybe my favorite horror movie.
Like he's just making noises now.
All right. So are you? This is the last theory I'll bring up because the movie's over. Are you familiar with the reincarnation theory? Because it's not something I knew about until recently.
No.
So basically, it's pretty basic. The idea is the reason why you see Jack in this picture is because Jack, our current Jack in this movie, is a reincarnated version of the previous, or one of the previous caretakers of the hotel. And I guess he keeps getting reincarnated and brought back to the hotel.
That's so lame.
I think there's some credence to it just because he keeps saying, "Oh, I feel like I've been here before," and then there's that line, "You've always been here."
Yeah.
But
no, I figured somebody made a fan theory out of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn about it because I like that theory in theory, no pun intended.
That's
But
just a game theory.
I always read it more as that he's part of the hotel now, and that also obviously tracks with the next movie where he's
Yeah.
just one of the spirits in the hotel.
No, I think that works
And
way better.
either than that, or either way, um, this is still one of the most chilling final shots of a movie. I think, just like that still image of his creepy face.
Rubber Wad, I think one of the deleted scenes we know about was an epilogue with Danny and Wendy. Well, that makes sense when you look at like
Yeah,
where Doctor Sleep starts.
I remember hearing about that. Yeah. Well, that's The Shining, a classic horror movie.
That is The Shinning, a Simpsons episode. Oh wait, that's a different thing. No, that is a pretty good movie. This would maybe make my top 10. I'd have to actually think about like top 10
Yeah.
horror.
This was edited by Ray Lovejoy.
One
I
of the injured guests is Norman Gay.
I'm gay. The name Ray Lovejoy only stuck out to me because I've seen Batman '89 so many times. I know that he also edited that movie,
Oh, okay.
so I've seen the opening, and he's just got a name that sticks out, like Ray Lovejoy.
Robert Wilde, there's just something really creepy about Jack's presence being there the whole time. Just a tiny detail unnoticed by our characters. I guess.
The other problem I have with the reincarnation theory is I'm not sure how it fits in thematically. Like it just kind of feels like another random detail.
Yeah.
But it's much like the no ghost theory. I want to believe in it, but I don't know if I can.
I want to believe.
We should talk about
Well,
that show.
we should. I just need to watch that. Well, folks, that was The Shining.
Yep.
And
So
now we're going to move on to Doctor Sleep.
after a break, which I
Yeah.
desperately need.
No, I mostly just said that to end the recording.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Noah, just message me when you come back, and then I will come back. And then we will watch Doctor Sleep. We are watching the director's cut, as I feel that is the better cut. And I assume that is the case where that is more Flanagan's, final cut of the movie, and he just had to cut it down to make it like theatrical. And all right, we will be back.
We'll be right back. See ya. a year. I think you're muted. Oh,
And we're back.
we're
Noah
back.
took his medicine.
I took my medicine, aka water.
And I have more coffee.
I had to replace the coffee with water tonight.
So, we're going to get ready to start Doctor Strange. No.
No.
Doctor Sleep.
We're not watching Doctor Strange.
Doctor Sleep here in a moment. So, Noah, what was your first experience with this movie?
Yeah, so I saw this when it came out in theaters. It looked really intriguing to me. I hadn't really I'd heard of Mike Flanagan, I think, but I didn't realize he directed it. And for a long time, this was the only thing I'd seen by him. But I was more intrigued not because of the director, but because it is a sequel to The Shining, and the trailers. It's not an idea that immediately popped out to me as a good idea, but the trailers really intrigued me. So I thought, hey, why not? And I was one of like 2 people in the theater when I saw it because this movie bombed.
And it's unfortunate because it's one of the best movies of the year, I think.
Yeah. 2019 was a damn good year, but this was definitely maybe my favorite horror movie of that year.
It's that or The Lighthouse.
Oh yeah, that was 2019, wasn't it? This is probably I think The Lighthouse is better than this, but this is still good.
Oh, I have a hard time picking. Don't make me decide.
I also got rid of the sweater. It was getting too hot.
That's okay. It worked for The Shining. We don't need it for Doctor Sleep.
Yeah, but we go back to the Overlook in this one too. So
Yeah, you got rid of it for the better movie. Everyone's talking about it. Oh, I gotta change my background.
yeah, change your background already.
Now let me change this and then we'll get into it. Sorry, I'm a failure.
Forgive me. But yeah, so this is the director's cut, and this
We'll
will be
get
my...
into that here in just a second. Don't
Okay.
because I haven't started recording yet.
Okay.
We gotta put it in the content.
I just thought I'd fill dead air.
So, but it is interesting. Okay. All right. All right. Welcome back to Haven of Horror. If you're watching this pre-recorded or after the fact, we are watching the Doctor Sleep director's cut because I think in many ways it is the definitive cut of this movie. But you could get away with either one. But if we're going to do a commentary, might as well do it on the best possible version. So Noah was telling us earlier that he saw this in the theaters, but he wasn't sold on the idea of a Shining sequel. And it's interesting because neither was King until somebody asked him, well, whatever happened to Danny? And he thought up this whole story.
Yeah, it's not a bad story. I actually haven't read the book myself, but at least in the movie, I think it's pretty well adapted.
I think this is kind of the opposite of The Shining, where I think this is better than the book. The book kind of loses when Abba is kind of like makes Abba the main character at points and drags. But anyway, or what is it? Abra,
Abra, like
Abra.
abracadabra,
like the Pokemon. All right, is everybody get it up to timestamp 0 past all the menus and all that stuff? If you're watching this on physical media, I am watching this on Vudu because I own it in 4K. In 3, 2, 1, play.
Love that they start with the old Warner Brothers logo here.
And the music is very Shining-esque.
Well, yeah, it's the same opening music.
Oh, I could never remember if it's the same or just like similar but off a little bit.
I think it's the same.
So, do you think they should have just adapted The Shining again and then did this? So that way, this movie isn't so tied to the Kubrick film.
No, I think they made the right move in just making this movie. I know a lot of people, a lot of the common criticisms that's thrown against this movie is it can't really decide. It's not it like feels too referencey to the Kubrick movie, and it doesn't really have the style of Kubrick. And it feels more like a King movie narratively. But that's never really bothered me. I really like how they interweave both of those tones.
What a world we live in where people watching a Stephen King adaptation are complaining it's too Stephen King.
Well, I think that's mostly people who are just fans of the Shining movie, giving that criticism.
Robert Wilde, I remember being really unsure about this movie when it was announced. Rose the Hat just seemed like a goofy villain and wouldn't fit in a Shining movie, but it totally works. Yeah,
I
it's
really
almost
Rebecca
like
Ferguson.
it's almost like somebody made her to fit in a Shining universe, and then somebody adapted that book.
Oh damn! There's no subtitles for this version digitally.
Yeah, I had that
Sucks.
earlier.
I'm gonna have to
It's
turn it
really
up.
me
At
too.
any point, if you hear the movie audio, just tell me. Um, but I really like Rebecca Ferguson in this movie. I think she gives a great performance. And the character, I've heard a lot of people say she's not very threatening. I don't
Oh,
know.
I
I
don't
think
agree
that
with that.
the whole group, their whole group is really scary.
Yeah.
It's just this movie is scary in a different way than The Shining is scary. The Shining is a lot more surreal, whereas this movie is a lot more fantasy driven in that way. Like it feels more like a Kubrick movie or a King movie. Um,
Oh crap. Okay, hold on. I
uh-oh.
forgot. I forgot to start the timer.
Oh
Rewind.
no.
Everybody
Are,
rewind. We're only 2 minutes
we,
in. It's fine.
all right, we'll start again.
I'm sorry. I forgot to explain.
God damn it, John.
All right, hang on just a second. Let me pull up the timer controls.
Robert, if you pitched this movie to me on paper, it would seem like a bad idea to me, but it's executed extremely well. Yeah, it never really seemed like a bad idea to me. I was just never really sold on it until I saw trailers for it.
Okay, is everybody at timestamp 0?
Yes.
Robert, if you're watching with us, let us know if you're on timestamp 0.
I think I think he'll just get it set up if he does.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, now we're in business.
So I like that they have the old Warner Brothers logo at the beginning of this movie. um no, but I was never with the people who said that it's a bad thing that this movie feels more King than Kubrick. I'm completely fine with that.
That just
I don't
baffles me. Like, it's a
I don't
Stephen
think
King adaptation.
well, and I don't think it feels tonally confused or anything like that. I think they're able to make the references to the Kubrick movie feel pretty organic, and they're able to weave it into the story really well for the
Yeah,
most
no.
part. Um, we'll get to the third act when we get to it.
I think we're gonna differ there.
Only slightly. I don't hate the third act.
No, like this really does feel like a continuation of those characters from the Kubrick movie.
Oh crap! I'm sorry, Robert.
He'll catch up.
I was just like, we never really wait for the audience to say that they're ready. We just go.
I mean, the problem is it's because there's a delay. There's not a lot we can do about that.
Yeah.
That's why I put that timer up so they can sync with us. I can hear the movie just a little bit.
Okay. I'll turn it down.
Watch it on your computer.
See, I was before, but then it was lagging. Yeah.
Your computer must not be able to run like Discord and Voodoo at the same
Yeah.
time.
It's probably a problem with my internet and mostly my computer. But yeah, one of the main points with this movie is that it does feel very different from the Kubrick movie in that it's more of focused on world building and like the lore of the world and like all the explaining all the different powers and stuff like that, which is not something that the Kubrick movie does at all. Like everything's vague and up for the audience to follow along. So I understand some people being annoyed with that, especially because as much as this is an adaptation of a book, it is also just a sequel to that Kubrick movie. So I get it. It doesn't really bother me though. I think this movie pulls off what it's trying to do really well.
So this is Noah's first time watching this cut, so he's gonna kind of mention some of the differences because I haven't seen the theatrical cut in a long time. Is this
So
also how the
far-
director's cut or the theatrical cut opens?
It is. Yeah, so far
Okay.
it's pretty much the same.
I don't like this.
I like that she's called Rose the Hat, even though she's not the only one that wears a hat. Yeah, I think this opening scene alone really establishes how much of a threat this group is. And obviously later you get the scene with Jacob Tremblay.
Robert Wild, I won't have
Um,
much to insight to offer on this commentary other than simping for Rebecca Ferguson for 3 hours. Jesus.
Oh, Robert. So this scene is added. In the theatrical cut, when they all jump on the little girl, it just cuts.
Oh.
So that little section was
Hey,
added.
remember the overlook?
Hey, it's my sweater. Oh, this has chapter markers. Okay.
Oh, does the theatrical not?
No.
And I mean, at least to my untrained eye, this is a perfect replica of that overlook from the Kubrick movie.
It is, yeah. So I'm fine with all of these recreations with new actors. I think that's fine. I don't think that's like nostalgia baity or anything. There's stuff later that I'll take issue with.
No, I like this because this ends up being like Danny is reliving this because of his trauma.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of this, and then later the bar scene in the third act is fine with. I'm fine with it because it's important character stuff. There's certain unnecessary callbacks later that I would have cut out.
From the back, that kid looks spot on. He's even got the same stupid haircut.
No, it's the same haircut. I mean, he does look a little bit different, but I think even in the
Well,
face,
I said from the back.
No, but I mean,
yeah,
I don't even think he looks too different in the face.
Yeah, and I like their Jack a lot.
And that's Elliot from ET.
And he's a King regular. Or
You mean
not a King, Flanagan regular.
Yeah.
When we get to it, he's in Hill House.
I'm excited to watch that show finally.
Yeah. He's even in Midnight Mass.
Yeah, I was shocked when I found out that that's who played Jack.
Blew my mind.
It's like, really, that kid?
Robert Wild, it's not a Stephen King story without dead kids. That's true.
Yeah.
Robert Wild, I think the movie makes the right call with all the flashbacks being recreations. It would be more shocking if they mix reshot. No, like, this is the proof that you can just recast.
Yeah. I think it would have been a disaster if they had tried to do a CGI Jack Nicholson at the end of this movie.
I'm almost surprised Warner Brothers didn't insist on it. Oh God, that's gross.
Oh, Jesus. I don't think we saw much of this in the theatrical cut.
I like the idea that some of those ghosts like followed him.
Yeah, they're well, it's kind of a metaphor for the demons, like his father's demons are following him now.
Yeah.
And obviously he goes on to basically become his father almost, but then has a redemption.
And we need to talk about this Wendy actress. I know that she's not in it much. She is
Spot
amazing. She is the best of the three Wendy's. I don't care.
She's better than the miniseries one.
The miniseries one is fine. She's not a very good actress. Also, interestingly, in the book and in the miniseries, because of course it's going for more book accuracy, Wendy is blonde.
Yeah, that's another big difference.
Rubber Wild, I don't
think
remember
she-
this being in the theatrical cut, but I could be wrong.
This is all in the theatrical cut. Well, maybe I don't remember this part actually, but the part where Wendy is talking to him in his room is in there. And she doesn't really. This actress doesn't really look anything like Shelley Duvall, but she sounds exactly like her.
That's fine. You still get the idea.
Yeah, no, I think it's still good casting. I don't need it to be an exact look-alike.
Meanwhile, talking about exact lookalikes,
You got Carl Lumley as Scatman Crothers.
Rubber Wild, it looks like there's more Wendy in this cut.
Yeah, so far.
Like, I don't know. There's a couple of shots here where he looks exactly like Scatman. Maybe I'm also famously bad at faces.
I think I can see the difference in their faces, but um, they look similar enough where I can buy it. And
Well,
he's
and
doing a really good. He's doing a really good impression of him.
and I do wonder if they tried to like shoot it where like it looks more like him.
And I'm not sure if he's bald in real life either, so that could also be a thing where they're just making him look more like that character.
Robert Wild, I don't know. On first viewing, I thought she looked spot on for Wendy. She does her face looks different. She's
She
not as
doesn't-
like thin in the face.
Yeah. I don't know. She doesn't have the huge eyes that Shelley Duvall has.
They should have just brought back old woman Shelley Duvall and not explained it. Why have you aged 60 years? And like Danny's aged like 2.
No, I don't think she's acting anymore.
No, but I like
don't
that
know.
they were able to keep some semblance of Dick kind of like looking over Danny and like kind of being his confidant.
I think this conversation might be a little bit longer. So I guess it's mostly little changes.
It can't be anything drastic because it's only half an hour, but
Yeah.
you can also tell that this story was written much later, whereas the first one's more of a family drama with psychics. This is kind of a superhero story.
I was gonna say this does feel like a superhero movie. Later, where it gets into the whole like how they use their powers and stuff like that. That was something that I really noticed on my most recent viewing.
What the reason I think I like this movie more than I like the book is this focuses more on Danny and like really gives him that kind of peace from the ending of The Shining. Whereas in the book, it kind of at a certain point it kind of becomes more of Abra's story.
She's not ABBA, the band. um,
Robert, wow, there's considerably more exposition in this movie than the first one. Do you mean more than The Shining? That's because nobody talks to each other in The Shining.
that's because a lot of the supernatural stuff is inferred in that first movie,
Well,
like I said earlier.
and this movie kind of has to retroactively catch you up, or the rest of this movie's not going to make any sense.
True, yeah.
It's
And
kind
I
of
think,
like it's kind of like in It, where they retroactively had to put things back in because they realized, oh, those were important.
yeah. And like I said, like we were talking about with The Shining, the book versus the movie, I think there's a similar thing here where this movie is going for a very different thing than that original movie.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
I think if Flanagan had more freedom and wasn't tied to Warner Brothers' demands, he wouldn't have included a lot of direct references to the Kubrick movie. And it would have just made this a straight Doctor Sleep adaptation.
Yeah, but I think you're kind of stuck with that unless you remake The Shining.
Yeah. And not that I don't need references, like I'm fine with most of the references in this movie. And I think a lot of them enhance the narrative too, but
While Kubrick's movie is a stronger visceral experience, but this has a stronger narrative. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it depends on what you're looking for.
one of
As
them
for me,
understands the material, the other doesn't.
well,
I'll let you decide which is which.
no, I mean, like I keep saying to you, John, they're going for different things.
I know, I'm just being an asshole at this point.
I like how Danny teleported. He was closer to that bench a shot ago.
Violet Hanson.
Uh-oh.
This
What's up
Wendy
there?
also doesn't smoke. I don't know if you noticed that.
You'd think she doubled down on smoking after that experience.
Well, it's interesting because in the book she doesn't either. It's Jack that's the smoker.
Uh, I think maybe the reason she doesn't smoke in this is I think maybe Warner Brothers has a thing against depicting smoking in movies now because of like tobacco. I don't know, stuff about promoting tobacco products. I can't
Oh, that's
talk
a
tonight
creepy
for some
shot.
reason. Yeah, that's creepy.
No, but I like that we're getting a little bit of Danny like standing up for himself. And I
He gets
like
the
that the
box.
boxes that he locks them away in is in that hedge maze.
I like that too. Yeah.
I like that they're watching Looney Tunes.
Because he's Doc.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc?
This is a healthier family dynamic than the entire The Shining.
This movie uses a lot of dissolve transitions, which I think is pretty cool because you don't see that in a lot of new movies anymore.
Yeah.
It's going back to, I guess, the motivation behind opening with the old Warner Brothers logo. They want to make this feel kind of like an older movie.
I
I
like
guess
that
this would have been the sequel to The Shining had it been made years earlier.
I like that this cuts straight from Danny like standing up to himself to probably the darkest moment in Danny's life.
Oh yeah, rock bottom.
I don't know if the ages line up, but I'm not a mathematician.
It was 1980, so I don't know. I can't math right now.
Danny, you want to go home and rethink your life?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's
Maybe
just
he.
sad because you know that his mom would be ashamed of him.
Yeah,
Jesus, he's beating the
he beats the
shit
shit
out of
out
that
of
guy.
that guy for some reason.
He's got that Jack Torrance temper. Do you get it?
I'm surprised he wasn't arrested.
Do you get it? He's like his dad.
He's like his dad. Although I don't know if his dad did anything like this, but it's not as
Um,
bad as what his dad did in the previous movie.
so I don't think the movie ever references it, but in the book, the reason that he has to take that hotel job is a kid keyed his tires and he lost his temper and beat the shit out of him.
Oh wow. I'm glad they didn't do that here.
No, I don't mean Danny, I mean Jack.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why he has to take the job at the Overlook is he lost his teaching
Yeah.
job because he beat up a student.
Oh, I think I remember that, yeah. Now that I think about that.
Don't take her money.
But she took his money. It's only fair.
For the coke. What kind of money is that?
I,
Oh wait, maybe that's not money. That's the money.
that was the money, yeah. Don't take her money, Doc.
No, like everything in this scene is like, Daddy, you're kind of a piece of shit right now.
Yeah, if you beat up a kid uh in this movie, I don't think I would have sympathized with him later. That baby eating Cheetos.
Robert Wild, I'm not sure why the movie is set in 2011. The book came out in 2013. The timeline matches up slightly better if you've seen the first movie it's set in 1977 when that book came out. I mean, I assume it can't be set directly in 1980, because that you would have started filming before then.
Well, I think it's just this first part that's in 2011.
Yeah, because we're also going to skip ahead again,
It skips ahead to 2019,
which is when the movie came out.
which is when it came out.
Robert, have you ever seen Doctor Sleep? Oh, New Hampshire. That so one of the things that is most approved by being dropped is the reveal in the book is that Abra here is Danny's niece, and I think it's
What?
her mom is one of Jack's illegitimate children.
What?
And that's why she has such a strong shiny, because she's related to Danny.
Thank God they didn't include that. I mean, she does call him Uncle Dan,
I
which
assume that's a reference.
yeah, and I'm okay with that because
No,
and they're
she's
not actually
literally
being related.
related. Her mom is his sister.
I I don't like that they did that. Not everyone has to be related. It's not Star Wars.
The book pulled a Rey Skywalker.
Exactly, Robert.
No, and I really like the actress they get for Abrams.
Same, yeah, she's good. This I don't remember this scene. I don't think this is in the theatrical cut. Because in the theatrical cut, she's introduced at her birthday party.
All right, it's almost like she's more interesting when she doesn't have to be biologically related to a legacy protagonist. I mean, I don't think that
Yeah,
changes her
exactly.
level, how interesting she is. It's just goofy. So it was driving me nuts watching Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. But this blonde right
Oh,
here is the ghost. I was like, I know that
thought
actress from somewhere.
thought she looked familiar. Yeah.
And then her little sister is in the Chucky show.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I still
weirdly
got to
enough,
watch season 3.
in Frozen Empire, I thought part of me thought that that was Jenna Ortega, but
What?
that's not who that is.
They don't look anything alike.
Their faces look kind of similar. What do you mean?
I like how they handle Snakebite Andy here a lot.
He's also a ghost in that movie, so I couldn't really tell.
Born in 71. So no, I mean, I think he's perfect casting. And we'll get into it later, but I think there's some shots when you get to the Overlook where he looks a lot like Nicholson.
I wouldn't say he looks like Nicholson.
I said in some shots.
He maybe could have played Jack Torrance in a movie.
Well, I mean, I think that the guy that plays Jack in this would have been great if Flanagan had just rebooted The Shining to play their Jack.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad that he didn't, though. Well, the only way I'd be interested in that if it was Flanagan doing The Shining as a mini series on Netflix and
Prime.
not another movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean, the only way you would get me interested in another Shining is if it is a miniseries.
Yeah, because we've already done a movie. That movie still holds up.
No, she's really good in this movie. I like what they do with Snakebite Andy.
I think she's interesting at first, but after this, she's just another henchman.
King has a way of doing that in books. He'll write this like long, drawn out, interesting backstory, and then she's just kind of a background character for the rest of the book.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel a little bit bad for her because she was recruited against her will. But
Was she
then,
though?
yeah, they kidnap her. Then after that, she becomes pretty unsympathetic.
Come on, Danny boy. Snap
No
out of it.
more, no more alcohol for you.
Ian McGregor with a beard. I just see Obi-Wan.
I know. I'm seeing a homeless Obi-Wan right now.
He's even kind of got the Obi-Wan hairstyle right now from like
Like
episode
episode,
3.
I was even gonna say episode 2 because I think his hair is a little bit longer in episode. Actually, no, he's got the long
No,
hair in
he's got
episode
the
2.
long, yeah, shoulder length hair. I was like, what are
Yeah.
you talking about?
No, you're right. You're right. Um, I guess just because I'm thinking of Clone Wars era, he's got the shorter hair in that as well.
That's not Ian McGregor.
I know, but he's Obi-Wan and he has short hair. Shorter hair. The shortest hair is in Phantom Menace. I think it's kind of funny
Hey,
how
it's the
this.
Day Ghost. How is the movie? We just started Doctor Sleep.
Yeah,
The Shining was pretty good.
Shining's a masterpiece.
Robert Wilde, episode 2 has
RFI.
peak mullet Obi-Wan. I mean, that's true.
What is it with you and mullets, Robert? Always with the mullets. I do like how this magician's like kind of an asshole. He like brushes off Abra. Like, yeah, just let me do my magic.
How's it going, Austin? Wow, bring back the
Hashtag
mullet.
no, never.
Yeah, let's not say
Only
we
for
didn't.
Superman. Bring it back for have David Cord sweat wear the mullet in Superman.
No. Oh my God, there's silverware all over the place.
I hate it when that happens.
How is the Brave and the Bold?
Well, Peak, obviously. That shows Peak.
Is it though? Whoa.
Yeah, when we do our commentary on it, you'll see.
He's she's making the spoons fly.
I'm so far I think I'm mostly with the theatrical cut more. I don't think any of this is really that necessary. Uh
Oh,
namely
hang on.
namely oh.
Hang on just a second. Thank you, Robert. Bill Bones, Doctor Sleep was cool. I liked it. The Shining, I have nostalgia watching it as a kid with my mother, and the movie was always pretty good. That's awesome. Yeah. No, Doctor Sleep was pretty cool. I'm glad you
Yeah.
have that experience with the Shining.
Um
Thank you, Robert.
I think with the Abra introduction, we definitely didn't need the new introduction with her because that birthday party scene already was already did a good job of showing her powers. So it's just redundant at that point. But I don't know, maybe there's something later that
I feel like there's something later, but it's been so long since I watched the theatrical cut. Watched an episode that was PVS, but good. Eh, that's good.
oh yeah, he does fight Superman in that.
We'll have to put it on our list when we do that.
I mean, I'll just say it's BVS, but good.
Well, not to be drawn into another debate.
Bait me, bro.
No, she's a pusher.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with this scene, she is more voluntarily accepting it, but she was still kidnapped at first.
Is this scene not in the theatrical cut?
No, this is. I just forgot about it
Oh, okay.
because I'm forgetful.
Is it Rebecca Ferguson? She's been in those new Mission Impossibles, hasn't she?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's Ilsa.
That's right.
Mainly where I know her from. That and then obviously Dune.
Oh yeah, she's the mom in Dune.
Yeah. She's good in pretty much everything I've seen her in.
Yeah,
I think this whole movie is pretty well cast too. I don't really think there's a weak link actor in here.
I don't even. Robert Wild, getting into the techno babble lore with how the shining power works differently for different people is something that really shouldn't work for me, but I think the movie pulls it off. Robert Wild, she's so good in Dune
Yeah.
2. I still got to see it. I know it comes out on Max soon, so I'll watch it then.
Dune 2 is so good. I think if you didn't really like the first one, you're gonna like the second one a lot more.
It's interesting that this movie, because I don't remember the book. It's been too long since I read it. But it's interesting that this movie takes him back to New Hampshire because in the book, that's where Jack was born originally. Like, that's where he's from.
Oh, interesting. Because I always assumed they were just from Maine, or maybe they just live in Maine and then they go to the hotel.
No, that's one of the
Yeah.
few books that doesn't have anything to do with Maine.
Oh, that's so strange. So the movie adds the Maine stuff.
Because no, they're. Because he's from New Hampshire, and then I think they lived in Vermont for a bit before ending up in, what is it, Colorado for the Overlook?
Yeah, Colorado.
And I recognize this guy from something, but I can't think of from what.
I don't know. I don't know what I've seen him in.
I think this stuff works, Robert, because it's very different, which is part of why the third act falls off. We'll see how the third act plays on this view.
I mostly agree with that. Yeah, like I keep saying, they're going for their own thing, and then the problem with this movie is that it's it goes a bridge too far with the callbacks.
Yeah, we'll
God,
see.
he looks so rough in this scene.
He does. I would cut out some of the references, but the climax. Yeah, I mean the climax works for me. If you're not gonna do it in the original movie, at least you finally get the like ending from The Shining, the good ending.
What is the ending to this book?
They fight on the like campground that is kind of formed over time where the Overlook used to be.
Uh, that's a little bit lamer, just from
And
that
Jack's
description.
spirit helps them out. It, like I said, it's been a minute. I'd have to look at it again.
Uh,
The third act is where we get the bar scene with Danny, though, which is it's the best scene in the movie.
yeah, that's a great scene. Yeah. Woman kind of looks like Rosie O'Donnell a little bit. But later he erases that, so does he forget it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is Cliff Curtis the guy that is helping him?
What do you think of this character? Do you think he's a little too helpful to this random stranger, or are you fine with it?
I'm fine with it. I think the idea is that he was in Danny's like same position.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with it also. I think that's probably how I'd describe it too.
Yeah, I mean, King was upset that his work wasn't adapted to his liking. Like, I don't get the problem. But let's not get into that again.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with that actor, Cliff Curtis, but he's pretty good for what he's given.
I think Bruce Greenwood is in this too.
He
Or
is,
not?
yeah,
Yeah,
he's the like AA meeting guy.
he is. He went on to be in Midnight Mass.
I don't know where Bruce Greenwood is from, but I was surprised rewatching this to see
He's got
like
like that accent.
he's got a thick Boston accent.
Curtis Cliff Curtis.
And here
What else?
we got the giant from Twin Peaks is a part of this game. I was surprised to see him again because I had watched this before I watched Twin Peaks.
What have I seen this guy in? Oh, he's Fire Lord Ozai in that shitty The Last Airbender movie.
Oh,
Oh yeah, and
that's
he's
who
in
that
the
is.
Fear the Walking Dead.
Just blew my mind to see a positive portrayal of Christianity in Stephen King movie. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, usually any kind of religious people are insane.
Yeah, this movie isn't more so like preachy about Christianity. It just kind of shows like what power it can have in people's life.
Oh, and they're in Gerald's game. We got to make time to do that while we're doing Flanagan stuff.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah, since we're doing all of his Netflix stuff.
Oh, the big guy
Oh my
Noah's
God,
talking about is in Gerald's game, and so is Greenwood. I only saw that once, but it's pretty good. That's one of the only movies that has a scene that legitimately made me look away.
I always heard good things about that when it was out, but I always forgot to watch it.
Yeah, Netflix
Same.
had like that 1-2 hit of King adaptations that people liked because you had that, and then there was that Thomas Jane movie, 1912, 1922, something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it was also pretty good. I think that's a King adaptation. Let me know in the comments if I'm wrong.
Sounds about right.
Wait, who's in the bed with him?
It's the woman that he slept with before and her son. They're dead. So he sees their
Ooh.
bodies. So I don't. Is this implying that they are shining, or are they just? How are they communicating with him?
Well, I don't think you have to be a shiner to live on. You can't see them unless you have some kind of shining. 1922. Gerald's game is better than the book. Yeah, I haven't read the book, so I can't really comment either way.
I don't remember, and it's hard for me to hear the dialogue right now, and I don't have subtitles. I just don't understand why they're here in this scene.
It's another ghost like of his past.
Yeah. But I just don't understand the narrative purpose, I guess.
No, that's fair. I mean, I just think it's because he hasn't answered for his. It also lets you know that that kid died, mostly because of
Which
him.
is sad, but it's like Robert said earlier. You can't have a Stephen King thing without dead children.
The King novella. Okay. Really annoying this version doesn't have subtitles.
I know, and I can't turn it up so loud, so
Yeah,
I can barely hear the movie. I watched it last night, but it was the theatrical cut.
you gotta hook your headphones up to it.
But they're already hooked up to my laptop. I won't be able to hear you. Here's Bruce Greenwood.
Yeah, I forgot he was in this when I watched this afternoon.
Yeah, because I mostly know him as the voice of Batman in some things, and then Captain Pike in the new Star Trek movies. So I was surprised to hear his accent here.
I think he's putting an accent on for this because everything else
Probably
I've
is.
heard him, he sounds more like he does in like Star Trek.
Yeah, I think so. It's just funny that he chose to do that when most of the other actors didn't really bother. I mean, they're not in Boston, but they're like New England, you know.
Robert Wild, Maximum Overdrive probably has the funniest evil religious guy in a Stephen King movie. I still gotta see that. The movie looks hilarious.
The trailer for that movie is really funny. Have you seen that? Where it's
Uh-uh.
just Stephen King. It's just Stephen King talking to the camera about how scary Maximum Overdrive is,
That's
and he's
amazing.
like, "I'm gonna scare the hell out of you."
No, I like this trio of like it seems like Bruce Greenwood kind of helped the guy from The Last Airbender. So in turn the Last Airbender guy helped Danny.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a cycle of help.
Yeah. Shows they're still good in the world.
I do also like how Greenwood isn't immediately freaked out that Danny somehow knew that his watch was missing. Like, oh my god, you can read my mind. Like, they didn't even bother going in that direction.
Yeah.
And it also just goes to show the more positive outlook that King has compared to Kubrick.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, most horror, at the end of the day, it's overcoming that darkness.
Unless it has a bad ending.
Yeah. I do love me a bad ending in a horror film.
I forgot that they did this. I don't. This is one of the things I take issue with. I don't see any reason for replicating the office shots at the beginning of The Shining here, because that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, they are.
I don't. There's
Yeah,
no
you didn't
reason.
need this, but it's not like they draw attention to it.
Eh, I mean, I noticed it last time I watched it.
No, I mean, like, I don't
Yeah.
love it, but it doesn't bother me.
It's not hitting you over the head like some of the other things later are. I just really could have done without it, and I just don't see. There's no motivation behind it that I can see.
Well, this is where he asks him why how he knew where his watch was.
Yeah, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the Shining scene.
Yeah.
I have a bigger complaint about something similar later, but here's my cat again, if you can see her through the blur.
He's like, what is that on your head, human?
Yeah, I don't know what she's sniffing. She can go on my Overlook sweater.
And we're back in the flashbacks. The date goes, the office vacation is dumb, especially when the office in the original is very specific, setting the creepy, messed up geography of the hotel. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I'm just indifferent.
To be fair, it doesn't. None of these things really ruin the movie for me.
Mhm.
It's just disappointing to see when the rest of the movie is doing so much of its own thing.
Yeah. Directly in the middle of the hotel, and there's the window behind him where you can see the sun shining through.
I forgot how many times she says "Hi there."
Hi
Their
there.
catchphrase in this movie.
Yeah.
It gets to be a little excessive. She could have only said it 3 times.
No, she's got to say it 6 times. Two more hours, Noah. Wake up.
I'm awake. I'm a little more low energy because
No, yeah, for sure.
yeah, because of earlier, but I'll be
It's
fine.
your favorite actor.
I love
I
the
like that he has
giant.
to like bend over to hug her.
Well, he's the giant.
No, what I like about at least this cut, I not having a fresh memory of the theatrical cut, is just how long it kind of stays with Danny's journey to recovery instead of just like focusing on one specific subplot. It gives each subplot time to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
The day goes,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm fine with
exactly.
that.
No, not awful, but disappointing because the rest of the movie is better. Some of that stuff. Robert Rod, this does fall in the category of movie that has a really cool and unique take on the vampire concept. Yeah, I mean, I think the
They're
True Knot
soul
are cool.
vampires. What are they called?
The True Knot.
The True Knot. Yeah. I always just refer to them as like the soul vampires or the
I
soul
typically,
suckers.
I just call them the psychic vampires
Yeah.
because it's not the
Oh,
soul; it's more specifically the shining that they
it's
feed on.
another cat.
Show it to your
Great.
cat.
She's not looking up right now, so she won't see. Um, I have heard stories, or I've heard of stories that this is actually a real thing that happens in hospices. If there's a cat around, they can tell who the next person that's gonna die. So it's based on a real thing.
I kind of figured King got the idea from somewhere because this is a big thing in the book too. I don't
Oh
even
yeah,
know if they mention it in the movie. I can't remember, but he gets the nickname Doctor Sleep because he can tell when he helps patients go to sleep,
I
helps
think
them
it might
die.
be. I think it might be this scene where they talk about that.
The Dago's not playing against best vampires, so that is true, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, we'll get there, I guess.
Yeah,
That's Midnight Mass you're talking about, right?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard one of my friends was like he said that he heard a lot of negative things about Midnight Mass, which is crazy because I've heard mostly positive things from you guys. So I guess it's more
Well,
polarizing.
a lot of people complain about the monologues, but I love them.
I guess it just depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because Mike and Jay make fun of the people that are like that complain about the monologues in their like brief review of the show.
Oh yeah.
And at least one of my favorite Red Letter Media moments where they just keep going monologues.
I hate dialogue in movies.
I mean, Dillis Villeneuve does.
I mean, it depends on what you're going for. I think the Dune movies,
You're right.
there's definitely a lot of,
This is kind of the token scene for it, just because we
yeah.
have other stuff to focus on.
the Dune movies all like it's funny that Villeneuve says that, but the Dune movies also do have a lot of exposition in them.
That's all the first movie is.
No, but I really like this scene.
I wish Ian McGregor would work with Flanagan again. I think this is one of the best
Yeah,
performances I've ever seen from him.
this is up there for me. Yeah, but I like Ewan McGregor in mostly everything.
Yeah.
Um, I kind of wish this movie focused a little bit more on the whole Doctor Sleep stuff, like incorporated that more into the main story. But I'm not sure where exactly you'd put it, just
Yeah.
because the movie is called Doctor Sleep, and you know
Robert
he does that a little bit here at the hospital, but then they kind of just drop it after that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I'll read this first. Robert Wild, this is another unfortunate example of a movie that flopped partly because of the title. General audiences are dumb. Yeah, I've never liked that title for the book just because it has so little to do with the whole story. That's just like Danny's nickname at this place that he works at. But I also don't know what else you'd call this.
The Shining 2, but that
Uh,
would be a bad title because it's not really. It's not like The Shining again, except for the
Robert
ending.
Wild, one of his big early roles was Train Spotting, which he's great in.
That's his best performance, yeah.
I still need
And
to,
he,
I haven't seen that. And then Austin says, I'm not sure if the title is just why it bombed.
I think
Yeah, I don't think this movie was very marketed either.
no, but I think the title also that's part of the reason why it bombed.
Yeah, it didn't help things.
Um,
But
no,
it
but
is sad
he's
because I think this is the last like feature length movie he directed.
yeah,
He
he's
went
mostly done Netflix
Netflix
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Ewan McGregor's best performance, or my favorite performance from him, is the first Train Spotting movie. The second one's also really good. I recommend both of them. Oh, okay, we're back at the hotel here. I
The Day
remember
Ghost.
this.
I remember hearing a lot of people saying they don't care about a Shining decades later sequel. Yeah, and I mean that's another hill that you have to fight with some people. And then Robert Wild, they probably should have just marketed the movie as The Shining Doctor Slate, but I'm glad it's not just called The Shining 2. But I think general audiences would have gone to a Shining sequel.
Yeah, well, I think The Shining 2 is a bad title because that doesn't really describe what this movie is.
Oh, that's right. His next project is a movie. He's coming back to film with that The Life of
Ooh,
Chuck
yes.
or whatever.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I love this speech that he has here about, about how drinking was the only way he could get to know his father.
Hmm. Yeah, Ewan really sells the emotional stuff in this movie. He's very good at doing that, as we know, even in the prequels.
You were my brother, Anakin.
I loved you. I'd say maybe the one performance of his I'm not crazy of is Birds of Prey, but I
I mean,
just don't
nobody
like
is
that.
good in that movie.
I just don't like that character, that version of the character.
But I like this dialogue about only getting to know your father by repeating his sins, the anger, the drinking.
Yeah,
I relate to this speech in some ways. I think that's why
yeah,
this movie clicks with me. Is like I can see, like, I can feel what Danny is feeling.
yeah. I think a lot of men can say that about uh, their fathers, and I think it tracks also with his behavior in the movie. Like you do see him go down a dark path even after this scene.
Kitty cat.
And And this movie deals a lot more with the alcoholism angle than the Kubrick movie does.
Mhm.
The Kubrick movie's definitely a part. It's definitely a part of that movie.
It's more
But this,
subtext.
yeah, and from my understanding of the original Shining book, basically the entire thing is about King's alcoholism.
Well, Jack
So, and
Torrance is Stephen King.
is Stephen King, yeah. So I understand why King doesn't like the movie, because
Well, and
that,
you this movie doesn't work without the alcoholism. Even as a sequel to The Shining, like
yeah,
Danny's character arc in both the book and this movie start with him being an alcoholic.
yeah, exactly. Maybe it's in this scene where he calls him Doctor Sleep.
Yeah, maybe because he's a full on like nurse at this place now.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Wild Killers of the Flower Moon has a really effective scene with an owl that's similar to scenes like this with the cat. I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, that's a good movie. I wasn't in love with it. I was really hyped to see it, but I just liked it. I didn't love it.
Yeah, I just don't care enough to sit through a 3 hour movie.
You're sitting through one now.
But I care more about this movie. I don't care about the material. From what I've heard of it, it doesn't seem like my thing enough to sit through a 3 hour film. The day goes, the alcoholism is 100% not just subtext of the movie.
Of the original movie.
I mean, I think you get
I
like
mean,
one
it's
scene, 1 or 2 scenes about it, but like it's
you
not.
get the bar scene.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it subtext, but it feels more one piece of the whole puzzle rather than the entire point of the story.
yeah.
Um, and you know, this being more under Stephen King's supervision, it makes sense why
It's more brought
they
to the
went
front.
more right. It's more brought to the forefront. This is a nice moment.
God, come on now. Look, the Shining movie is a good movie. It doesn't mean that it's a great adaptation. You can't believe we're back at this again.
Austin, you missed it. You should have been here earlier. We already had this debate.
Austin's gonna be debating hard in the chat when we get to the final act.
I think I think we
No,
all
Robert, no, no, no.
will. No. Wait. Something I forgot about in this viewing is Abra's kind of a nerd. Like she's got like figures and anime posters around her room.
Oh, you know, being nerdy.
Yeah.
Okay, but even then, the alcoholism is mentioned like twice in that movie. It's not as in the forefront as it is in the book. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not a part of that movie. It's definitely a part of that movie. I just think
It
it's a bigger
definitely
part
is,
of
but
this.
I think there's other. It's bigger in this movie,
Uh,
and there's other things that Kubrick is interested in.
Right. Which is fine.
Oh, you got to go to bed soon, you bastard.
You motherfucker.
Don't quote me on this, but isn't this the guy that's in Catwoman?
Which guy in Catwoman? Because I only seen
That's
that
the.
movie one time.
I'm like 90% sure that's the cop guy from that like an awkward basketball
Mm,
scene.
no, that's not him.
Are you sure?
No, this actor was actually he's in season 2 of Fargo. But the guy you're thinking of was he was also a TV actor, but he was on like Law and Order and stuff like that. Like Benjamin Bratt or something like that.
Yeah, that's this guy's name.
No, not this guy. This guy's not Benjamin Bratt.
Oh. I was looking through his filmography and I saw Doctor Strange and I got really excited for a second because I just saw the Doctor.
God, we're not watching Doctor Strange. You already made that mistake.
Robert Wild, no, John, it's not. Oh, okay. Oh, and then Robert Wild, the guy Calvin was in Doctor Strange.
Yeah, different doctor.
I'm sorry, it's 2 in the morning.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is it so late?
We still got 2 hours to go. Oh, wait, okay. What have I seen him in besides this?
The only other thing I know him from is Fargo. I guess he's in a few other TV shows.
You want to take Austin in the chat?
Huh? They talk about how he was an alcoholic that beat his son. He sees ghosts in the bar who give him booze, and not having any booze in the hotel is a big part of him freaking out. It's a major part of the movie. Yeah, I guess.
I don't think the hotel not having booze is what makes it freak out. But whatever. This guy, Robert, this guy's awesome. He's also in Hawkeye, Echo, and really great in Westworld. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Danny's at the big school.
Okay, I still can't tell which one is Danny because he's way older now.
I mean, that is a big reason that King doesn't like the movie, but I can't blame him. You're basically saying he's an irredeemable asshole.
Speaking of which, this movie being 3 hours, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, you're picking the worst scene to do it too. So this scene is horrifying. I remember there's a lot of controversy about this. But I respect that the movie actually like went to these places. Robert Wild says the scene is effective. It just feels like it goes on a while. It does, but I don't know if it's as uncomfortable as if they just cut away. You know what I mean? Like part of what makes this uncomfortable is how long it goes. And how good that kid actor is. That guy also looks familiar, but I can't place him. No, that's fair, Robert. God, this is uncomfortable.
Oh no, we're at the most disturbing scene in the movie.
Yeah. Do they cut this short in the theatrical cut so far for you?
I just came back, so it's hard to tell. A lot of this looks the same to me.
Yeah, as you left, I was like, "Oh, you picked the worst possible time to
Yeah.
go away." No, like this.
Oh,
This is legitimately disturbing.
I don't remember the blood splashing on his face. I don't like that.
I don't like that.
This is by far the hardest scene for me to watch.
Does it go
I
on?
think
Does this go on for you too long for you?
I think maybe just enough to be effective.
Okay.
I don't think it like revels in it. And I think you need this scene to show how threatening these people are.
Robert, wow, this is the scene. This scene is why I can't show my dad this movie. He isn't really into horror, but I know he'd really like the character drama. So just skip ahead.
Well, it's an important scene.
Oh God, I forgot how long this really does go on.
Uh,
I'd be shocked if they didn't trim this down in the theatrical cut.
yeah, maybe it is slightly shorter.
But I remember everybody like made a big deal about that scene, the scene when this movie came out.
Yeah, I mean, I was really uncomfortable with it when I first saw it, but I don't think it should be removed. And I do see what Robert's saying. Like, it does kind of suck to have to skip a scene when you're watching a movie.
No, yeah, for sure. Hey, remember Red Rum?
Red Room that shot was all over the trailers, where he sees the red room and the reflection.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing everybody remembers. One of the things everybody remembers. Although I will say, this poster, the one I'm using for my background, of like young Danny riding, and then like in the back is Ian McGregor. Such a
Yeah.
good poster.
Yeah, it looks cool. I like it more than the one that's just him looking through the hole in the door.
I like that scene in the context of the movie.
Yeah. I don't really like it as a poster. It's I was talking about earlier. I don't like that still from the first movie as a poster.
Robert Wild says this is how I remember the scene playing out in the theatrical version. Okay.
Okay.
I don't have like a leg to stand on there. I don't remember the theatrical cut.
I watched it last night, and from what I remember, it's pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I could see them adding a few more shots.
Why didn't you memorize every difference?
I don't know. They also they got Jacob Tremblay to play that kid, and he only really has one scene.
Oh,
Jacob Tremblay.
am I supposed to know who that is?
He's a famous kid actor. He was the autistic kid in The Predator.
Oh, I mean, this is what he gets for being in the Predator.
But he's most known for that Brie Larson movie Room. Not The Room, Room.
I haven't seen it.
Me neither. The kid thought this movie was a comedy when he was filming that scene.
That'd be amazing. What kind of fucked up comedy did you think this was, kid?
Yeah, we're just gonna stab you to death and suck out your soul. Your shine. Whatever shining is.
There is a subplot that I do remember from the book that the movie cuts for time. Is because they're weakening, their immune systems aren't very strong. What wipes out most of them in the book is like the measles or something, because they have like no immune system because they've been relying on their immortality.
Yeah. Did we talk over that line earlier where they were talking about how there's less steam in the world, as they say, there's less people shining?
I think so, yeah.
Because I don't really, there's no real explanation for that. I don't think it's just there aren't as many people shining.
They offer ideas like it might be that there's Netflix or, iPads. Just kids aren't as like creative nowadays.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a weird explanation. It's like, oh, it's all because of Netflix.
Robert Wild, Robert Wild. Well, he says it might be the Netflix or it might be YouTube. We don't know, but less people are steaming or shining.
This movie has the line, "There's less steam in this world."
Robert Wild. Room is a wonderful movie. Easily the best performance I've seen from Brie Larson. Not
Yeah, that's what I've
Captain
heard.
Marvel.
I've heard that that's her best performance.
No,
Not Captain Marvel. Room.
It's clearly Captain Marvel.
No, I mean that's maybe her worst. Sorry. That's a good point. I genuinely wonder how many kids still have imaginary friends. Feels like a foreign concept when you grow up with social media.
No,
Yeah, I
I
guess.
like that as a commentary of like, when's the last time you met a kid that had an imaginary friend? I don't think that's as big because kids don't have to go out and play anymore. Their imaginary friend is no longer imaginary. It's the guy on the television.
I think you could probably do something with that. It just strikes me as a little boomery. Like all these kids, they're not creative anymore.
I mean, do you know how old Stephen King is?
No, I know. It feels like it was written by Stephen King in 2013.
Before that, he wrote a book about cell phones that turn you into a zombie.
Oh God. On the
Uh,
nose much?
the book is okay, but they like turned it into like a half-assed movie with John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, they adapted that into a movie.
Yeah, the movie is awful.
What's it called?
Cell.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's called Cell.
Sounds really generic. Oh
The
yeah,
title.
even the dad is a writer. Everyone's a writer in Stephen King's universe.
Surprisingly, though, he doesn't go to that very often.
Well, I always think of that. I always think of Jack Torrance mostly.
Yeah, I don't think he could do that again.
Isn't there another? Doesn't he have a few other main characters that are like either journalists or some other kind of writer?
Not that I can think of, but well, he had one book. I forget what it's called now, but the main character is like a blogger or a writer. Um,
Kind of similar, not exactly the same thing.
yeah, none of them are on the nose like him as Jack Torrance. Oh, of course, Misery.
Yeah, Misery.
And I think you can make an argument to be made that it's not a one-to-one like Jack Torrance was, but in some ways, like Stephen King is the author in that and feels trapped, like with the fans, with the crazy fans.
Robert also says kids don't need to draw; they have AI now. Don't depress me. Don't make me sad tonight.
I like the way that The Shining is used in this movie and kind of visualized stuff that you can do now that you couldn't do, like 40 years ago.
Yeah. We'll get to it later, but I love the section where Rebecca Ferguson goes into Abra's mind and she's like flying.
Over
There's that scene where she's
rooftops.
like flying, yeah, on rooftops. Uh, she's over clouds and she finds like her house. It's just a really well shot scene.
Yeah. That Mike
And they go to
Flanagan, he knows how to make a motion picture.
yeah, I was really impressed with that when I saw this in the theater. Because this isn't necessarily Kubrickian. It's more Flanagan. Like I think he does a good job of reconciling the two different styles with King and Kubrick, but it also through and through feels like his movie.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the fresh market,
At the grocery store.
after this, Noah's like, I'm never doing another video on the channel again.
I guess she has money.
It only made sense to me that immortals would have a decent income.
From what though?
You
Like I don't know.
put a few bucks,
Just
put a few
I
bucks away, and the interest builds.
I think there's a line later that talks about how rich this group is, and I'm
They
just like, how?
they
Because they
also
just, I
murder
don't know.
children. I don't think they're above stealing.
Well, I didn't think. Yeah, I I I don't know
Whoa.
if she's stealing. That's crazy. But there is a line talking about how they're rich, and I'm just like, how? Because they're just living in RVs and traveling around. I
That's
guess
how
they
they're
choose
rich. They
that
don't
life.
have to. They don't have to spend
Yeah,
money on like mortgages.
yeah, they're saving their money.
I want that movie. The psychic vampire has to like pay for their mortgage.
We gotta pay our rent.
Oh wow, there are no exits that way, Abra. That's just true.
Only Brian Cox was in this movie.
Brian Cox would have made a good Jack Torrance.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to see Brian Cox in more things. I know he's in that Bond show, and he thought that he was playing a Bond villain, but it's actually a reality show.
I could see some people being upset like how disconnected the three subplots are, but I like it because it makes it feel more rewarding when they eventually merge.
Uh, yeah, I never really got the sense that uh, they felt too disconnected. I guess I always trusted that they would merge.
Yeah, well, mostly like Danny kind of feels like he's in his own little bubble right now. Robert Wild Near Dark is one of the best movies about how much it would suck to be a vampire. Yeah, we gotta do a video on that movie eventually.
We're gonna make up for that video that we almost did, but didn't do on Near Dark.
Yeah, they took it off Shutter, those bastards.
Those bastards. Yeah, I hear good things about that.
It's pretty
A
good.
lot of comparisons to Lost Boys as well.
I think it's because they came out either the same year or like right year after year.
See, he's also got a hat. Why is he not Billy the Hat or whatever his name is?
He's the Crow King
Oh yeah, he's called Crow Daddy.
or Crow Daddy. Yeah, I think Stephen King just threw dartboards at names.
What's shaking, Crow Daddy?
I like that Rose's kind of obsession with having this girl is what destroys them. Like if she just left it alone,
They'd all be alive.
yeah, maybe struggling a little bit more, but alive.
Yeah. That's the thing, I guess. It goes back to what we were talking about. I guess he's really the only shining person left other than Danny.
Robert Wyatt, if this movie came out a few years later, people would be complaining about how woke it is. You're really on the woke thing tonight.
Woke. Well, I don't know,
Um,
Robert, because this was kind of still in that era. I
this movie
guess it's
just kind of
maybe.
flew under everyone's radar.
I guess that stuff has maybe gotten worse, arguably. But I also think people make fun of those kind of anti-woke people now, so I don't know. But I was gonna say something earlier, then I lost my train of thought again.
Noah, wake up!
I'm awake. I don't know why I can't speak. This must make for a riveting commentary, me stumbling over my thoughts.
I mean, it is really funny, to be fair. Good news, Noah. We're about halfway through the film,
I'm fine. I'm fine.
and it is 2:30.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel better now.
That's good.
Yeah.
We're gonna do all 6 hours of the stand right after this, right?
Hey, why is he talking to that kid?
No, but it is kind of crazy, right? That they don't meet until like an hour and a half into this movie.
It is. Oh, earlier, yeah, we were talking about how hell bent Rose is on getting Abra, and it is strange, even though they mention it later, how they never noticed Danny when he's supposed to be one of the most powerful shiners.
So the idea is somehow they missed uh Danny as a kid, and now he's still strong, but the shining gets weaker as you get older. So Abra at this point
Yeah.
is technically stronger than him, and she is the strongest shiner they've ever met.
It is
Robert
crazy how
Wilde says this scene is really awkward from Billy's perspective. Who?
the guy, his friend that helps him out, Billy. He just sees
Okay.
he just sees Dan going over to talk to some random little girl.
I don't like that.
Yeah. But it is. It doesn't bother me too much, but it is weird that they never noticed Dan when he was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, the only real explanation for that is they didn't exist when The Shining came out.
Yeah. Yeah. They are a retcon.
But I do like it, like, because they're also kind of just sloppy. Like, you just kidnapped a kid off the street and took him somewhere. I don't think they have any actual shining. They just eat people that.
They feed off of the Shining.
Yeah.
They're. I mean, I don't really have any other. Well, I guess Rose has powers. I guess she can. She might have the
No, that's
shining
true.
also.
Rose, I think, has some shine.
But she goes into Abra's head.
Yeah. Well, and even in the books, The Shining can do way more in Doctor Sleep than it could in The Shining. Oh, yeah, she is. Okay. Robert Watts says, I didn't know this girl was also in The Fall of the House of Usher.
Oh, okay. Well, and also the girl that they recruit at the beginning of the movie has powers, obviously.
That's why they recruit her.
Yeah. So, but we're disproving. Yeah. So those people, they do have the Shining.
I also love that it's not like actually called The Shining. That's just what Dick called it, and so that's what everyone call it, like what we call it.
Yeah. That's just what.
Interestingly enough,
Yeah.
one of the characters in the Dark Tower series, Jake, has a form of The Shining.
Oh, interesting.
Those books are the things that tie like every Stephen King novel together.
Yeah. And it turns out the world is on a turtle or something.
No, that's it.
Oh, that?
There's
Okay.
the turtle, and then there's the writer. The turtle is the mortal enemy of Pennywise. Because Pennywise is like the evil in the world, and the turtle is the good. In the Dark Tower, there's 7 Dark Towers that kind of hold up the universe, and the reason that a lot of the bad stuff happens that happens in the King books is because the Dark Towers are crumbling. Or maybe it's not that the Dark Towers are crumbling. It's the beams that hold up the worlds are crumbling, which leads to a lot of the bad stuff you see in his other novels. I don't know. It's 2:40. I can't explain the Dark Tower without sounding like a madman.
I don't think you can explain the Dark Tower without sounding like a madman at any time of the day.
Flanagan's gonna adapt it. I'm so excited.
He's seems like a busy guy. He's got a lot of projects lined up.
It's windy.
Okay. Okay, this flashback is new. I don't remember this.
Okay. So I wonder if a lot of stuff they added is like the flashback stuff.
Maybe, yeah. I'm awake, don't worry.
No, wake up. Just because it's called Doctor Sleep doesn't mean you can go to sleep.
It's putting me to doctor sleep.
So the woman that
Here all
plays
night.
Wendy in this is named Alexandra Esso. I don't know.
Not familiar with her name.
Oh, she's in Midnight Mass.
Everybody's in Midnight Mass, I guess.
I mean, Flanagan does more than a lot of directors now. Has his regulars.
Yeah, he's got Elliot from E.T. and now I guess Wendy in this movie.
Well, and he's also got his wife, who I'm shocked isn't in this movie. Or she is. I've missed her. Oh, okay. I know who she is in Midnight Mass now. Wow, that's damn. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Um, he's added Raul Cooley or whatever as a regular. Is
Not
his
sure who
wife?
that is.
I don't know if he's been in anything you would have seen.
I'm sure I'll be more familiar with these actors the more we do this series.
Yeah.
Whoa, Doc, you almost killed me.
I love that Dick gets to see that Danny has made something of himself.
Yeah, I like that too. I really like their relationship in this movie. It's got a very mentee dynamic, and then obviously he passes that on with his relationship with Abra. Yeah, kind of Dick is kind of the father that Danny never had.
Huh. She is not in this movie. I think this is the only Flanagan thing I can think of that doesn't have his wife in it.
She's in Oculus, isn't she?
Yes,
She's
she's the woman.
she's the woman, yeah.
You'll understand if you've seen the movie.
Yeah, she's the woman.
Yeah, there's only 2 women in that movie. She's one of them. No, what am I saying? There's 3.
No, there's the women in that movie.
And she's one of them. Rubber Wild. I still don't think the stuff with the ghost in the overlook comes out of nowhere in the 3rd act. It's clearly set up.
Oh, yeah, it's
Who said it? Who said it came out of nowhere?
set up. That's not the issue I have with the 3rd act.
Unless you prescribe to the fact that there was no ghost in The Shining, which then I think you need to rewatch The Shining.
Yeah, and I mean, that theory is clearly only applied to the first movie. Because if you count this movie, then that theory is obviously wrong. And I think it's wrong anyway, but he gets to say goodbye to his friend.
Yeah,
It's a good scene. It's a touching scene, yeah.
It's
And I think
shocking what happens when you put humanity into your movie.
yeah, but I don't think that necessarily makes it better. I'm gonna keep repeating myself. They're doing 2 different things. But then, I mean, as we've demonstrated, that does show the main difference between King and Kubrick.
Yeah.
As I think King said himself, the biggest difference between his book and the Kubrick movie is that his book ends with The Shining, the hotel burning down. It's a warm ending, and then
Okay.
in the movie the hotel freezes over. It's a cold ending.
Okay, it is my turn to take a step away. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, sure. I don't really remember this scene. I think this might be an addition. I do like that we get more context into why she's so focused on getting Abra. I think there is enough of it in the theatrical cut, but it is also fine to see more scenes dedicated to them explaining that. Robert, some people don't like this movie. Takes away some of the ambiguity from the first movie, but I think some ambiguity is left intact. The photo with Jack at the end. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, I don't necessarily think it's a problem that this movie is less ambiguous than the original. Um, I see what people are saying a little bit, just because whether you like it or not, this is a sequel to that first movie. It's not just an adaptation of a book. But it's a different story, so it's got to be approached in a different way. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of exposition in this movie, which is why I can understand preferring the vibe of the first movie. Yeah, and I think overall I do prefer the first movie just on an experience level.
You're
But
wrong.
I don't think it's a matter of right or wrong. I think it's a matter of personal taste.
No.
We're all free to have our opinions.
No.
I do think this movie is really well crafted for what it's going for.
No, like this movie is a miracle that it manages to be an adaptation of a book, which is a sequel to a book that's never been properly adapted, while also being
Yeah,
a sequel to a movie that is completely different thematically and
yeah.
making Stephen King happy.
No, I think in lesser hands, this movie would have been a complete disaster. 'Cause there's so
Yeah.
many balls you have to juggle to make everybody happy. And ultimately, I don't think he did make everyone happy, but because this movie bombed and it's still got a lot of haters. But I don't know. I think it still works.
Yeah, I don't know. People who like put the Kubrick movie over the book are just weird to me. I'm sorry. Without that book, you wouldn't have the Kubrick movie.
Yeah, but you can prefer one or the other. Yeah. It's what I don't understand is people who complain
Whoa,
that people
she's
who complain
flying
that
on rooftops.
yeah, I love this scene. I don't understand the people that complain that this isn't just a Kubrick movie because I think people would be complaining if they copied too much of Kubrick. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly. If
you
Flanagan
know,
just did a Kubrick, which I'm sure he could, people would be like, "Oh, you're just ripping off Kubrick."
yeah, and I wouldn't want that. I like that this feels more like his movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stuff is so well visualized. And later when we get to the Mind Palace,
Robert Wilder, I'm
it's
kind of
pretty
shocked we
cool.
haven't mentioned Exorcist 3 yet. Another decades later sequel that rectifies some decisions of the first movie and does its own thing for most of it. Yeah, I think it's slightly different though
And
because
yeah.
The first Exorcist is adapting a book, but I have to imagine that's more in line with the book since the author was involved with that movie.
That's an interesting comparison that I never really thought about.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Because with this movie, I always compare to another sequel to a Kubrick movie, 2010. Uh, although I
I
think
always
this is a
forget
way
that movie exists.
yeah, a lot of people do. It's very it's
Bad.
average. It's not bad. It's a lot more conventional and it's a lot less interesting, a lot less remarkable as a movie. But I think this is a much more successful attempt at that, at making a Kubrick sequel that stands on its own as a good movie.
I didn't realize that came out that 2010 was 84.
Yeah, it was quite a while after the first one, just like this.
No, I thought it was like I thought that was like a more modern movie. This scene
Oh,
makes me
okay.
cringe.
Yeah. And why does she look like that? It's just creepy.
Yeah, I don't know. That is creepy though.
Abra gets pretty sadistic in this movie,
Yeah, she
which is like,
does.
this hurts you good.
Fair though, she had to live through that child murder.
No, yeah. It's just, it's not a direction I expected. William Blatty really wasn't happy with the first cut of the first movie, though. Yeah,
Oh,
him
okay.
and Friedkin famously fight over that.
Oh
Uh,
God, it like holds on the hand for a minute too.
yeah, but yeah, the obvious difference is that Stephen King wasn't directly involved with either movie. Well, he was producer on this one, I think,
He
but
had
yeah,
some
he
say
wasn't.
in this one.
I think he definitely had more say. He wasn't writing the screenplay or anything. And
Thank
yeah,
God.
I know that she's wearing a wig. I just don't understand why she looks like that in the dream world. She just looks really creepy for no reason. Then her hand gets fucked up in real life.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest mistake that Rose makes in this movie is it gets personal for her. Like it's more of a
Yeah.
matter of pride at this point. Oh, he's in Midnight Mass too. That's where I recognize him from.
Oh
Sorry,
well, there you
I've
go.
I've seen more Flanagan out like since I've seen this last, and I'm like, wait a
You know,
minute, I know that guy.
when in doubt, if you recognize an actor in this, they're probably just in another Flanagan thing.
No, but it does make me happy in a way that like the kid from ET is still getting work.
Yeah, it's cool.
I
Yeah,
wonder
he's
whatever
a good
happened to
actor.
that third kid. Because obviously we know, Drew
Well,
Barrymore.
I don't remember the other kid. Who's
The
that?
older brother, because it's the older brother, the middle child Elliot, and then the little sister.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen that movie like twice, so I wouldn't be able to recognize his face immediately. Oh no, the giant's dying.
No, 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 no! Wait, 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 wait!
Don't kill the giant.
Oh, Heather Langenkamp's going to be in his new movie.
Oh.
She was in that other show that he did, Midnight Club.
He's got two shows with midnight in the title.
He does, and they came out I think they came out around like Midnight Mass came first, and then did Midnight Club, and then that one got canceled because he left Netflix.
That's not confusing.
One is
Well,
called Midnight Mass, and the other is called Midnight Club. No, what's the fucking hold up?
there's only one word difference. But I didn't know that he left Netflix, so he came back for House of Usher.
No, that was his last Netflix thing.
Oh, okay. So that was already in the contract.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to Amazon.
Oh, well. I don't have Amazon anymore.
That's where he's going to be doing the Dark Tower stuff.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
get.
Robert Wild says Matthew Lillard is also going to be in his new movie. That new movie has a stacked cast. Mark
Okay,
Hamill is
cool.
kind of becoming one of his regulars now.
Hell yeah. I love Mark Hamill.
Yeah, he's great in The Fall of the House of Usher. This is creepy the way they die.
It's creepy here because they linger on it, but from what I remember later, they just kind of poof away.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the difference between being killed and starving to death.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently the other brother retired from acting. He was in a total of 4 movies and a bunch of TV.
Hmm.
So really, the only thing you've ever heard of is E.T.
Danny's like, "Hey, you want to help me dig up this kid's dead body? It'll be fun."
You have to trust me.
You're my only friend. Help me with this thing.
Robert Wild, this is a great scene that contrasts Rose with Danny. Yeah. I do kind of wonder if maybe there is a third cut, because I do like the flashback stuff, just we get to see more of what happened to Danny as a kid. That's maybe more like 245 or
Yeah. I don't know if this is a hot take, but so far I'm preferring the theatrical cut, honestly. I just think it's paced better. I do see the appeal in watching this version though, if you want more time for it to breathe. So far, every new scene I've seen isn't really completely necessary, but that's just me.
this isn't one of those where I think like you're missing out if you watch just the theatrical. But I think the more complete experience is this cut.
That's fair.
Robert Wild, I might have missed you mention this, but did you know Henry Thomas played young Norman in Psycho 4? I did not, because I haven't seen any of the Psycho sequels.
I want to see them. Yeah, I had no idea that they made sequels to Psycho until Red Letter Media talked about them. Because I was only familiar with the shot-for-shot remake. But those sequels sound really interesting, so maybe we can talk about them on the channel sometime.
Okay, so I'm looking at some of the changes, and there are some things that I think are better, but it's mostly in the second half of the movie.
Okay.
So yeah, I
So
mean,
nothing-
I think there might be a definitive cut that's like 245 where you
Yeah.
add in this, you keep the stuff in the back end.
Robert Wild, Psycho 4 is the one with the obligatory flashbacks with Norman's origin, but it's still an okay movie. Okay.
Maybe we'll
And
just
Olivia Hussey is great as Norman's mother.
we've only covered the first one, so we definitely should do the sequels at some point.
I also want to watch Bates Motel.
Same.
Bates Motel and Hannibal are like the two horror spin-off shows I gotta see.
And I mean, Hannibal's not even really a spinoff; it's just a retelling.
Yeah, I guess by spin-off I mean based on a franchise, connected to a franchise. Because Bates Motel, I guess, would also be a retelling of the origin stuff for Norman.
Yeah, but I mean that's mostly a prequel. It doesn't really get to Psycho until I guess the last season. But like Hannibal is
yeah.
actively like I think season 3 is just straight up Red Dragon.
No, I know, but what Robert said, it seems like they do prequel stuff in the fourth Psycho movie, so it's kind of a retelling of that. Psycho 2 is legitimately one of my favorite sequels of all time. 3 is a step down, but the direction by Anthony Perkins is great. Yeah, he directed that one, which is interesting.
I was really hopeful in 2019 because he had like It Chapter 2 coming out and this and
Yeah.
Pet Cemetery. So we had 3 that year.
That was the year of the triple Stephen
So
King
I was like
remakes
really
or
hoping
adaptations.
that we were gonna get like a new Golden Age of King adaptations, and then we just
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, and I never saw the Pet Cemetery one, but of the
It's
two I've
fucking
seen,
ass.
this is way better than It Chapter 2.
So you
This is
have Doctor Sleep is at the top.
yeah.
It Chapter 2 is kind of is in the middle, and then there's like
Yeah.
a 50-pound pile of shit, and then the Pet Cemetery remake.
Doesn't Austin like that one?
He said it's okay.
Okay.
I found it really annoying.
Yeah, it came and went. I've not seen the original, so I had no.
And then they did a
motivation.
shitty prequel for Paramount Plus.
I forgot about that as well.
Well, so if you're billing the scene, what you're probably thinking is, "Oh my God, Danny killed this kid," and this is his weird way of confessing to it.
Yeah.
Would you? When would Danny
Yeah,
have had time to drive all the way out here to kill this kid?
Well, think about it from his perspective. You drive all the way out here, and you don't know what's down there, and then you see a dead body
But they
of
know
a
about Danny's
kid.
stability,
I don't know.
or
I
at
would
least
be
Bruce Greenwood does.
I would be pretty scared. Well, actually, no. Yeah, Billy does know about it because I think he talks about he's talking to Abra in the car.
Yeah. He- I like that they have a normal reaction to finding a corpse, though. And a lot of movies, just like, yep, there's a dead body. Oh,
Yeah,
sure,
no.
Robert, play it off as you're half joking. Sure.
To be fair, you can't really read tone in text form sometimes,
At all. That's why I
unless you
can never
really.
tell. That's why I can never tell if Austin's fucking with me or not, because it's usually through text.
Well, I was gonna say unless you like know the person, and I think I'm at the point where I can tell with Austin when it's through text.
It has to be really obvious.
Yeah. I didn't realize we've got basically an hour left.
Yeah.
It's not dragging. It's going by pretty good for a 3-hour movie.
Well, because I think now we're headed to the Overlook, right?
No. We still have to get to the stuff with her dad,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
then yeah, they set a trap for them and they kill all the other guys. And Billy dies. Oh, he's pissed.
This is, I think, from what I was reading, this scene is some of the stuff with her dad is extended too. I think this is the one where it actually shows her dad killed.
Oh, they show him die?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's your suspicion of Danny.
Heard that Billy doesn't die in the book, says Robert.
Neither
Okay.
does Abra's dad.
Flanagan's like, we gotta add more death.
I think it makes more
Oh.
sense for there to be casualties.
Oh, this is not in the theatrical cut. This right here,
Oh,
where she like goes, because I think he gets all of that information when they're in the driveway in the theatrical cut.
oh, okay. I think it works both ways, but I prefer this where you actually see her show him.
Yeah, this one's a little bit less rushed.
That's the general vibe I remember from when I watched the two cuts. So it was like, this just breathes more. I also think this might have been better as like a Netflix miniseries.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that. I don't necessarily need it to be. I think it works fine. I think it's still paced well as a movie. But maybe if you wanted that more extra context, it could have been better as a miniseries.
Might be one of those things that's just like better in my head. But imagine if you just had an episode of the bar scene,
Oh,
like that had more time to breathe.
I don't know if that would last like 40 minutes or however long the episodes would be. But it would have to be a big chunk of one episode.
Yeah. Maybe not the whole episode, but like you gave that more time to.
Yeah, it would have to be like the main thing in that it would have to be like the big scene in that episode. I wouldn't want to watch Ewan McGregor talking to a ghost for an hour.
I mean, I would watch just the whole movie of him talking to the ghost.
Fair enough. Would you watch him talk to a force ghost?
What the fuck's a force ghost?
Watch him talk to Qui-Gon.
Oh,
Qui-Gon Jinn. He's always drinking the gin. This is a pretty clever trap they set for the gang.
that Danny guy, he's a clever fella.
Yeah, even as a kid. They do a good job with Danny's wardrobe being similar to Jack's without being too obvious. Yeah, I never really picked up on that, but I think you're right about that. Like father, like son.
I mean, that's kind of the motif of this movie, which is why I don't mind the third act.
Absolutely.
Although, if you
No,
really wanted to
yeah.
make me happy and maybe differentiate yourself a little bit more than from Kubrick, the third act is where you do the hammer or the mallet.
Yeah, just don't have him limping like Jack Nicholson.
But then you would have to rewrite that Rose and Danny fight. And how would you get to where the ghosts are unleashed?
You could still do that, just don't have him limp in the exact same way.
So he couldn't
Just
limp after having his like leg torn open.
John, it's done on purpose to replicate
I
that
I understand that, but I'm saying if you don't want him to limp, you would have to rewrite that action scene.
Not fully. And I didn't want to get into this debate until later.
Well,
but,
we'll save it for when we get there.
yeah.
Say bye bye to Snakebite Andy.
I won't miss her.
Is it because she's blonde?
That's because she's
It's because
mean.
she's blonde. Come on.
Because she kills children.
You fell for it.
It's interesting, though, looking at her character, how he's introduced as someone who punishes predators, and then
Becomes a
she becomes a
predator.
she becomes a part of this gang that preys on kids. So it's like, what are your morals?
I
I
don't think that
understand.
looks that goofy. It's just faster.
I understand that they have to do this to live, but
I
it's
mean, but
also
to be
just
fair, yes, she was picking on predators, but she's also robbing them blind.
yeah. But
So she
it's
doesn't exactly have the highest morality even before.
but that's not really my point. Like, it's fine. Like, she's punishing the predator. I assume because they're predators, and then she herself becomes a predator. It's just inconsistent.
Yeah.
And this scene
Robert says the
is
scene just needs some Arnold one-liners. I want to hear Ian McGregor yell, "Get to the chopper!"
so I know that these people are evil, but this scene is kind of surprisingly brutal.
Is it
I
though?
mean,
Like they shoot them.
yeah, but it kind of revel in like, you deserve to die, which is I'm surprised to see a sentiment come from the heroes of the movie. But I guess desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, I don't really feel bad for the child murderers though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm not trying to say I feel bad for them. It's just surprising.
No, yeah, for sure. Oh, is that
Yeah,
why it's
when
called Doctor Sleep? Because he puts her to sleep. She puts him to sleep.
when all the vampires blow up, Danny should have been like, let off some steam.
Well, and I think the idea here, because at the end is, I don't think it's so much predators, but she thinks like just men in general are bad.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's really cringy when she goes, men.
But I can also see where it comes from because it sounds like all she dealt with was those nasty predator types. Oh,
And then, yeah, that's such a bad death. Not badly executed in the movie, but just like, I feel bad for him.
yeah, Billy deserved better. Yeah, like well, it's fun. Just funny with the bad guys because at some point it's like, is it still worth it? At this point, there's two of you left.
Yeah, they're lovers. They can live on, just the two of them living off the shine. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is where. But how did he get in if he didn't kill the dad?
I mean, he's a psychic vampire.
That doesn't explain the answer to my question.
He
They can't
psychically got in.
teleport. They can't teleport. Uh, Honestly, I think this works better in the theatrical cut.
I guess they don't show it. I thought they did. Oh yeah, now they're show. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little pointless. It just makes more sense because in the theatrical cut, you assume that he killed him on the way inside, and then Abra didn't realize, obviously, because she was shining. but not a big deal. I do think that this movie around this section is a little bit clunky because it kind of feels like they're building to a climax here with that shootout, and then we just stop and then we do the whole Overlook Hotel thing. Um, it just kind of feels like there's two climaxes in the movie.
What is this? Lord of the Rings?
No, it's not
You're
as
right.
good
It's
as Lord of
better
the
than Lord of
Rings.
the Rings.
No, it's not as good as Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's better.
No, Lord of the Rings is better.
Oh.
I like this scene right here where he almost relapses, but he's like, nah.
Yeah. It's kind of the antithesis of that the first bar scene in The Shining where Jack is like in a bad place and it does relapse, kind of.
Yeah. It shows the difference between him and Danny. Danny is not his father.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie looks great. Flanagan could just dial back his signature green color palette.
But it's really
I'm
only
fine
in
with
this.
it.
It's only in this this bedroom place. It's not like the entire movie's green.
I mean, I notice it a little bit in other places, but it doesn't really bother me. I like how this movie looks.
Yeah, I'm watching it in 4K. It looks amazing.
Looks great, yeah.
You're green.
Me?
No, Robert Wild's most of
Oh,
the movie is
Robert.
green. I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean,
That's just a cool effect.
no. I mean, I see what he means. It's just it doesn't bother me. Yeah, and that's I like that he slides down. I like the idea here that just because she can't shine right now doesn't mean that it's like a
Yeah,
radio. He just needs to listen.
yeah. What if in the scene he went? I used The Shining, so you just call me Doctor Sleep
They call me Dr. Sleep.
because I have The Shining.
Rage Against the Machine music starts playing.
I'd love that. I love Rage Against the Machine.
Um, I was gonna mention it earlier, but I wonder what Danny's landlord would think that there's just a giant crack in his wall that spells out the word murder. Like, should I be concerned here?
Robert Wild, what are we? Some kind of Doctor Sleep? Yeah,
Or red rum?
Red Rum. Her face is creepy in that shot.
She's got I think her eyes are glowing a little bit.
Yeah. I like that she plays it kind of unnatural, like, because this is supposed to be Danny talking through her.
Yeah. The line about her being hungover is kind of funny.
No, this actress is really good.
Yeah, she sells all of it really well. What if they make a third movie where Abra teams up with the kids from It, and they have to fight Pennywise, and then
Don't
that leads
give
into the dark.
WB and.
That leads into the Dark Tower movie.
Well, do you remember when they were pitching a It 3?
No, I don't know anything about that actually.
I don't know if anything was ever official, but there was a campaign to get an It Chapter 3 made. And I was just
Why?
like, why? The story is done.
It's over.
Let it die.
Done. No, we gotta see that crazy clown again. Go and play with the clown.
The worst part of the It novel is the like entire chapters that are just I forget which one it is. One of the kids is like the historian, and it's just him reading articles about all the bad shit that's happened in Derry. It's like, we get it. Derry sucks.
Very bad. We get it.
This book is 1,100 pages because you have all this shit in it.
So you would not recommend the It book?
It is the only book that I've had to of Stephen King's that it's taken me multiple times to get into.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna bother with that one. I want to read The Shining for sure. I don't know about Doctor Sleep.
Robert Wilde, they did film a lot of Pennywise backstory for Chapter 2 that was cut. Those deleted scenes aren't public. I'd love to see what those look like. I don't need a backstory for Pennywise. Unless unless it is just in the book that he is a cosmic being beyond our comprehension that fell to Earth.
Well, I think that's what they heavily imply in the movies anyway.
I think
From what I
so.
remember. I don't need to see that. I think that's better left in the background.
Because a lot of that stuff is just more like general Stephen King universe setup.
Yeah, it's Stephen King doing cocaine and then writing.
Yeah. But no, I'd love to talk about the Shining book with you just to see your thoughts when you read it. Because I don't feel like I describe it well. Like, I'm not good at describing things.
No, I mean, I get a good sense. I got a good sense of it. You're
It's
fine.
healing. But no, like It Chapter 1, I think is the best adaptation you're going to get of that stuff. Because that's also the best stuff in the book.
I like that movie a lot. And that's the common thing I keep hearing is even in the book, the
adult stuff is just so
worst.
boring.
Yeah.
That'll be another back-to-back commentary we do.
Oh, God.
I don't know. That probably won't be as long as this one.
I mean, I actually don't hate Chapter 2 as much as a lot of people do.
I don't hate it at all. It has a lot of stuff that I like.
I'd say I dislike it, but I don't hate it. It was very disappointing.
Yeah.
But then I want to see the Tim Curry series just because of Tim Curry.
That would be a fun blind commentary. I don't know if I can get through it other than that. I watched like the first episode because that's a miniseries.
Yeah.
And it's just so boring when he's not on screen.
I think it's universal. Everyone says he's the best part.
I mean, that's just true. The only thing that the book, that the new movie doesn't do in part 1 is he turns into a lot of different things. Like, because that book, the kids stuff is set in the 50s, because the adult stuff is set in what was modern times at the time. So like they go and see like the Mummy, and one of them is scared of the mummy from the Universal Mummy. So he becomes the universal mummy or a werewolf. But in a movie, you have to pay people to use those.
We don't want to license that out.
No, the cast is great in chapter 2. But Robert, I'm pretty sure your answer to everything is I didn't mind it. Like the only thing I've ever heard you say was awful was Exorcist Believer.
He said plenty of things are awful. Bill Hader is definitely the best out of the cast.
Yeah, I couldn't
really
believe you get McAvoy and then like don't give him any of the book stuff to do.
I think I like all of the casting for the most part. Like I like McAvoy in that movie, but the most interesting stuff in that movie is from Bill Hader.
Yeah. We'll get to it when we at the end of the movie, but there is one big question I have at the end of this movie.
Sure, yeah. Is it how did she get back home?
Yeah.
That's what I thought about because she just called her mom.
Remember getting gas?
I get gas. It's not a thing that's gone out of fashion.
No, but do you remember when they had like gas stations that would pump it for you?
In my state, we don't. Well, there's certain places that do that, but I never go there.
I'm sorry, I have bad
myself.
memory. I forgot we've talked about Dark Fate.
So yeah, the only 2 movies Robert hates are Terminator: Dark Fate and Exorcist Believer.
I mean, that's what I'm gathering so far. Everything else he didn't mind. That's like his catchphrase.
I like that we bring the theme back here.
Yeah. We're setting up for the peak third act.
Not snowing as badly as it did in the first one.
It's also weird that in a universe where the Overlook didn't blow up. Well, okay, it's not that weird, but it's strange that this Overlook closed since we didn't get any of the history of like nobody can make this place work.
Yeah, it's just kind of abandoned, and I assume it's easily forgot about just because of how much it's in such a remote location. Like it's so isolated from the rest of the world, so I guess people just abandoned it. But yeah, I think I would have liked more of an explanation about that. But they don't.
Well, because because like I said in the book, there's a whole background like it moves from owner to owner because nobody can like make it work, or because there's always like mysterious deaths or it's mobsters taking it over.
Because you'd think that in between this time, more people would get hired as a caretaker, and the same thing would happen over and over.
Yeah, and the only reason Jack gets the job in the book is one of the board of directors is an AA buddy. Like they fell off the wagon together and went back on the wagon together, and he gets him the job at the Overlook. And the Overlook is in the green for the first time in its history when Jack becomes the caretaker. So it's just strange to think that because they don't talk about any of that in the movie. That in this universe, with the Overlook staying still, it still became abandoned. Robert Watt, I didn't mind the Shining or Dr. Sleep hot take. I know. Yeah.
Whoa.
You and your fucking hot takes.
You didn't mind The Shining? It's more explicitly stated in this movie how the hotel is alive and he has to wake it up.
Yeah.
I
And I like that
Whereas
it looks
you
like
don't.
the Kubrick one, but older.
Yeah, it's run down and worn out. Oh yeah, they even recreated the boiler room.
Yeah. Well, because they're gonna do the Shining book ending.
Right. It's important.
But I kind of like this because like it's Danny being prepared. This is his backup plan.
Just in case it goes wrong.
That clever
Which it
boy,
will.
Danny Torrance.
Yeah, and I think that I do give props to the people who worked on this movie and went through such a painstaking process in recreating all of these sets,
Yeah.
making it look warm. Like, that is something I have to commend. Job well done on that part. So far, I'm fine with all of this. We
No, I
won't get
like that
into my problems
we're
later.
letting Danny kind of go through and process that he's back here.
Yeah. Because I think a lot of the so-called nostalgia baity aspects of this are better when it's through the context of Danny's character and like his arc.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, even when the third act gets to the part that you're talking about, just give him the mallet. Makes it different enough, I think.
Yeah, I'm even fine with the shot of him looking through the hole. I just wish it wasn't the poster.
That's the main shot where I think he looks a little bit like Nicholson.
Yeah, I think it's just the same framing. Because I don't know. I think his face looks so different.
But so okay, so I do have a question though. Does that mean that the
Yeah,
hotel closed right after the movie?
maybe yeah, because they didn't clean up the red room or they didn't fix the doors.
The red
Those
room?
red room. Not the red room from Twin Peaks, um, but yeah. I mean, I guess that was the last. They had to go through so many other murders that happened in the hotel, and that was the last. That was the one that they were like, "All right, we're packing it up."
um, I like the little flashes that you get that's recreating The Shining, like he's remembering, which makes me kind of. It's why I kind of wish that Flanagan had just gotten to make The Shining before this.
I still wouldn't want that, especially if it was gonna be like that, where he's recreating shots. I think it works as flashbacks, but
But
I
I
wouldn't want to
think
see a whole
if he
movie of him.
remade it, it wouldn't be so reverent to that Kubrick movie.
I think it absolutely would because I think it would be an even worse case of that if you're just doing that story again and you're recreating specific shots. Like I wouldn't
Oh,
want a shot for shot remake.
we're here.
Here we are.
The best
So
scene in the
yeah,
movie.
this scene is great for so many reasons, and I'm fine. I'm completely fine with them recreating, mimicking the shot composition of the other scene, because it works. As I said earlier, it works for. It's a very character-driven scene. So this is probably Ewan's best scene in the movie.
Monologue. I think it's a little different. He lingers more on like the hand holding the glass. Kubrick's is much more on like a front shot of Jack.
Yeah, no, that they add that, but this, this shot, and then when it goes like it cuts back and forth between him and Jack is straight out of the Kubrick movie. But I don't have a problem with it here.
Robert Watt is the scene in the book. No, because you got to remember the Overlook isn't around in the Doctor Sleep book. They're at like the remains, and Jack does show up there, but it's just Jack. It's not Lloyd the bartender because the Overlook doesn't exist.
And I like this version, this scene, because it is more consistent with this version of Jack from the first movie.
Yeah.
Where I think they do hint that, yeah, maybe there was some good at him, but I think they drive home that Jack was still a terrible father and a bad person to the core, and Danny's not gonna repeat his mistakes.
Yeah.
So they don't retcon that, but they still make Stephen King happy.
It must be so hard to deliver a monologue like that.
Yeah, it's hard to. I imagine it's hard to memorize the whole thing, but I'm not an actor, so I don't know what that's like.
Like it's cutting, but he's never stopping talking.
Yeah. Well, they probably use one take of the audio of it, and then cut back and forth in between reactions.
He's talking about Wendy's last year's.
Yeah.
I think it is a good thing that it's not like it doesn't think it's Jack, or it's like a recreation of Jack, not actually Jack.
Yeah, I'd be fine either way if it was really him. Or I always thought it was really him, just because at the end of that first movie, I always thought that his soul was just absorbed into the hotel.
I mean, I think it is, but like with Lloyd, I'm assuming that's somebody else who went through a similar thing.
Yeah.
But
Same with Grady.
And it's interesting because it's a recreation of Jack. It's like trying to be Jack, but it's not. And so you get little mentions like, take your medicine.
Yeah. Well, I think it's Jack, but he's not. He's just kind of playing his role, his new role.
Yeah.
But, deep down, it is Jack.
Because this is a very Jack, like trying to be Jack speech.
Yeah.
Man provides.
Just kind of watching the scene now.
It's just so good.
It's good. It's good.
I think this is also Dan's come to Jesus moment that maybe his dad wasn't the good guy that he remembers. Because, as a kid, you have a very idolized view of your parents.
Mhm. Then you grow up and you realize they're just as flawed as everybody else. I think
Oh,
Danny
I guess
did.
it is put back in this version.
Oh, they do this scene.
Yeah. And this also looks spot on.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Danny does. He did already realize that his dad is a bad person, but he's kind of confronted with it here.
And I also like that the Overlook is still trying to like play to the script, but Danny's not playing along.
It's a good contrast to the scene in the movie where
Yeah,
Grady's convincing him
correcting
that
them.
he's convincing Jack that his family is and his son is trying to work against him. But in this, he's like, no, I know your game. I don't know if it also had to be snowing as well. That just seems like such a random detail that we had
I
to
mean,
copy from the movie.
I mean, it snows every year. Like it was bound to snow at some point.
No, it does, but it's a conscious decision. Just thought it was a kind of funny
Yeah.
detail. It's the axe. All right, so here's where we get to the stuff that bothers me. Like, what is the point of this?
So I like this. The hotel like trying to skip mess with her, but she's just not having it.
Does it have to be the exact same shot, though? I don't know.
The hotel's old and weak. It only has so many tricks it can play now.
The hotel's out of ideas.
Well, I mean, I think there is a line that like the ghosts are abandoned and hungry. That's why they were chasing Danny. So it's not a long line to think. Oh, the hotel itself is like low on power.
Can be low on power in a different way.
I don't know. It's whatever.
Jack's typewriter is even still there. That's weird.
That is very strange. And stuff like that makes me wonder. Like, I think that's kind of where some of the things don't cross because how long was the Overlook open? Like, did they just leave? Did Great Olman never come back?
I guess they heard about the incident and they were like, all right, we're not going back there. I like this.
No, this is great.
I like this section.
Remember the maze?
I buy that this would be Danny's like mind palace
No, this doesn't bother me at all.
because of how like of a traumatic experience he had here.
Yeah, and it's bigger.
It's bigger on the inside.
Ian McGregor should play the Doctor.
He's too famous. But he'd be good.
Is he too famous?
Yeah, he's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I mean, David Tennant was Barty Crouch.
Yeah, that's Barty Crouch. I'm talking about Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I am Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Have you
No,
seen
but
the
that,
clip of him on? He was like on an interview show talking about how some kids like cut him off, and he pulled up next to them to yell at him.
yes.
They're like, "That's fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi."
No, I like clips from that. I was just joking. I know Obi-Wan is a bigger deal. I think they could get him. David Tennant is the Purple Man.
Yeah, I mean, David Tennant's awesome, but he played the Purple Man. Not as famous as Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan is a pretty obscure character. I don't know if you know this. I don't know. It looks fine. Robert said some of the CGI backgrounds don't look great. I don't know. It looks fine to me.
It's I mean, it's a little noticeable, but it doesn't ruin it for me. You can tell that they did not rebuild the maze.
Yeah.
They rebuilt the hotel, but not the maze.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, in the original, they really didn't have to go that hard and build a whole maze, but they did.
Yeah, that probably would have just added unnecessary cost to this movie.
Yeah, and I wouldn't risk having a big budget on this movie.
Yeah, this movie had a budget between 45 and 55 million and made 72 million. Oof.
I saw it. Me and two other people saw it.
No, it's like I supported cinema.
Did you see this in theaters?
I did not.
Oh wow.
I don't know why. I think I was already kind of like sick of the theater at that point. Like I'll watch it at home.
Fair enough. That was before COVID too, yeah.
Like right before.
Yeah. Yeah, because this comes out in November, and then in a few months the world goes to shit.
Pretty much.
It's all Mike Flanagan's fault. No, I'm just kidding. Don't
No,
quote me on that.
it's all whoever directed it Chapter 2's fault.
What's his name?
Or better yet, it's all the Pet Cemetery
Flashback.
remake director's fault.
Andy Muschietti. All right, so this also is like why? What's the point of doing this scene with these characters?
To be fair, he has the axe instead of a baseball bat. It is slightly different.
That's the only difference. No,
He's
I
not-
don't have a problem with her.
He's not swinging in front of him like a madman. He's just like holding it. The only similarity is that they're going upstairs.
Yeah, and the shots are exactly the same, and she's holding her hands up like Jack did.
But you not
it's
hold your
very-
hands up to somebody with an axe in their hand.
John, this is very much on purpose.
I know, but I don't know.
If you watch it back to back, no, but I'm saying,
But it
it's a
flows
conscious
naturally.
decision.
It's not like the movie stops to just do it.
I just don't understand the motivation behind it. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
That looks like it
with the-
hurts.
Because with the bar scene, that at least shows the difference between Danny and Jack as characters.
But see,
So,
this is what I mean. You would have to rescript this entire fight if you don't want it to be the limp. Because he's limping because she stuck an axe in his leg.
Well, then she doesn't have to stick an axe in his leg. Yeah, and so I think
Yeah,
there's a
no,
few
you
others.
could. Robert Wild says it doesn't bother me, but you could cut the bit with the blood in the elevator and lose nothing. Yeah, no, you could cut that scene.
Yeah.
That feels more like
But what-
studio mandate.
What I'm trying to say here is I don't really have a problem that with anything that's happening right now. Like plot wise, narrative wise. I'm fine with that. It's really all just like filmmaking things. That
I don't know.
was
If it's
just-
not derailing the plot, then I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but I care about more things than just plot. But
This is a
Yeah,
smart
so-
way to get more Shining flashbacks in. Sorry.
so it's really only a few things that I would change. Especially since they did a recreation of it already as a flashback. What is the point of doing that?
That
scene?
actress that plays Wendy is getting the baseball bat swing perfect.
Yeah. And I don't mind them doing the exact shots when they're flashbacks. I think that's fine. So it's really only a few things that I would change.
This is horrifying.
Yeah. Well, she gets a taste of her own medicine.
Danny, get up and run.
I know, run.
I like that
You
there's
wanted
not really a big difference between the ghosts of the Overlook and the True Knot.
You wanted to watch for some reason.
I guess.
Hello,
Maybe-
Danny.
Maybe he thought he could. Yeah, see, just their inflection is different. It's not bad. It's just weird.
It kind of sounds the same to me. I'd have to listen to it back to back.
They put more emphasis on the Eva.
Forever.
No, yeah, and then from here it's just to make Stephen King happy.
He's Jack Torrance now.
I like the tragic layer of that. Those like at the end, he still ends up in a way just like his father. Robert Wild,
Yeah,
we
but-
didn't need to see the twins down the hallway. We just saw them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We also didn't need to see the party guy. Um, but like I said before, I actually really like the idea of them going to the hotel as the ending. Uh, it's really I just would have toned down some of the stuff. And like I said before, I have no problem with the actual story, the actual plot.
That is also a creepy shot.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't need to see her naked body.
No, but I really like how Abba isn't scared of, or Abra isn't scared of any of this stuff. Well, bring back the guy in the bear suit, you cowards. No, but I'm glad they left that out.
That's the one guy they didn't bring back. I don't understand why.
It's dumb. Doesn't even belong in that movie.
Well, you can't pick and choose. If you're gonna bring back all of them, bring back all of them. Either do all of it or none of it.
Yeah, no, this is just the ending of the Shining book.
I'm sure it made King really happy.
It did. I'm sure it did. I think it works.
Although not completely happy because the movie still bombed. He would have
True.
been more happy. He would have been more happy if it was a success. Would have gotten more money.
I was really upset the first time I watched this. I was like, you killed Danny.
Well,
You can't do that.
how else are we gonna end this movie?
That's true.
He's gonna sacrifice himself.
But I do think it is a legitimately sad sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like he redeems himself, but even with the redemption, he ends up just like his dad.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of it's just the ending of the book where it's what happens with Jack.
Yeah. The better ending.
Mm. I do like this moment that's about to happen with Wendy, though.
Robert Wilde,
I
in the
think,
context of the movie, doesn't have a life to go back to. That's true.
yeah, it's changing it. So in the first book, it was Jack sacrificing himself so Danny could be better. In this, it's more Danny sacrificing himself so Abra can go on and live her life, have a better life than he did.
It's the circle
So,
of sacrifice.
yeah. And I think it works for this movie.
I would agree.
But you're right, it is kind of sad, but it's tragic.
Yeah. I love a good tragedy. And I maybe it's emotionally manipulative. I love this shot.
I was just saying I really like this moment. I don't think it's emotionally manipulative. I think it's a
He
nice
sees
moment.
his mom.
Yeah, I think it's a nice moment.
I also remember in the theatrical cut, it's more ambiguous if he died until he disappears, like as a ghost. But I could be misremembering.
I mean, you see this, and then right at the end, you see him appear. You see Abra talking to him in her room.
Oh, okay. Robert Wild, I like the movie is bittersweet. It isn't a total downer. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas the first one was a total downer. This one's a little bit more uplifting.
Maybe the first time I watched it, I just missed that scene of him and his mom. I don't know. We did it, Noah. 6 hours of movie.
I gotta go to bed.
No, we're gonna do another 6 hours.
We still got 10 minutes.
Yeah, like 8 minutes. Steve the Green. I mean, not in this scene, other than the walls are green.
Well, there you go. It's part of the color palette.
I don't know. It looks fine to me.
I don't really know why this is even a debate. I don't care about the green.
Well, you said it's like Seth Rogen there for a second. That girl really likes green.
So does Mike Flanagan. She also likes llamas. There are a lot of llama pictures around this set.
I like to think that like Mike Flanagan is just like the world's biggest llama fan. So he just like put llamas everywhere.
Yeah, they're all over Haunting of Hill House.
I'm very excited to see what you think of that.
I'm excited to watch it. I've heard nothing but good things.
It's peak. It's kind of the peak of his exploration of like family trauma, because you get that in Oculus and then this, and Hill House kind of distillates all of that into one story.
Into one piece. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
the One Piece.
The One Piece is real.
Although actually that might have come out before this. Hold on.
Hill House? Yeah, I think that was before this.
Yeah, because that's 2018.
Yeah, that was a year before this.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Well, folks,
Good
that
movie.
was Doctor Sleep. It is peak.
great movie. It's not as good as The Shining.
You're right.
But
It's
it doesn't-
better.
It doesn't need to be as good as The Shining.
You're right. It doesn't, because it's better.
No, The Shining's better.
I'm gonna
But
send
that's
you.
okay.
I'm gonna send you this photo because I just think it's really funny. I logged the movies for the commentary as well on Letterboxd.
Yeah.
So this is my Letterboxd right now.
I watched the same movie. Same two movies 2 times in a row.
So
Did you watch Doctor Sleep today?
Yes, I watched this twice just
Wow.
today.
You must be tired.
I took a nap.
Okay.
So since this was your first viewing of the director's cut, what's the verdict? Theatrical or director's?
I think I'm still gonna go with theatrical, and I think that's probably an unpopular opinion. I don't think there's anything that necessary in this version. I think
Interesting.
even the bathroom scene right after the bar scene. I think really all you need is that bar scene that it communicates the right amount of information to the audience. But I do see the appeal in this version if you just want more of that time to breathe. I don't know. I think the theatrical version just gets it done faster.
That's fair. Well, folks, that is our commentary of Doctor Sleep. If you're watching this after fact, thank you for hanging out with us for the last 3 hours. We will be back soon with more Mike Flanagan reviews and commentaries. Please consider hitting that like, subscribe button. I'll see you next time.
Yeah.
For those of you watching live, thank you for hanging out with us for the full 6 hours even. No, we made it. How does it feel?
It feels like I want to go to bed.
Thank you everyone for hanging out. We will be.
I think
Oh.
this was a. Oh, what happened?
No, what were you saying?
I think this was a good idea, but I'm also feeling the effects of it. So, yeah. But I'm glad we finally covered these movies.
Yeah. So I will be back maybe tomorrow with some more Resident Evil 4. I'm not sure yet. Depends on how I feel when I wake up. And then we will be back in 2 weeks from yesterday with Haunting of Hill House. Until then, have a good night, everybody.
And this Sunday we're doing more Lego Batman.
Oh, this Sunday
Okay.
we're doing more Lego Batman if Noah's around on Gotham
around.
City Bulletin. And that's what we're doing.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Have a good night, everybody.